advantage of the current situation.
Meanwhile, in Bangladesh, Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina held a meeting with top officials, including the 3 military service chiefs, to discuss the security situation. This as the country appeared calm today after the nation's Supreme Court rolled back the controversial quota in civil service jobs decision of the High Court that had precipitated the crisis. Locals say around 150 people have lost their lives in the current spate of violence. India is watching the situation in Bangladesh closely, and the focus remains on the return of Indian nationals from the strife-torn country. Till now, 4,500 Indian students have returned, and India has also facilitated the return of nearly 600 Bhutanese and Nepalese students. And with a 48-hour halt in the protests, India is hoping peace and calm returns to Bangladesh soon. With Ratnadeep Chaudhary and camera person G.D. Shankar in Kolkata, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
Switching tracks to the United States, Joe Biden's nearly $96 million in campaign finances were transferred to be under Kamala Harris's name by Sunday afternoon. The campaign officially changed its Federal Election Commission committee name to Harris for President. But while U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris is emerging as the prohibitive favorite to become the Democratic Party's nominee, it's not so simple. And for now, the party isn't offering many details on what happens next. One thing is clear for now. There seems to be no automatic coronation for Biden's replacement. But speaking at her first public appearance since Biden exited the 2024 presidential race, Kamala Harris commended the president's legacy. Listen in.
Joe Biden's legacy of accomplishment over the past 3 years is unmatched in modern history. In one term, he has already surpassed the legacy of most presidents who have served 2 terms in office. And I first came to know President Biden through his son, Beau. The qualities that Beau revered in his father are the same qualities that I have seen every day in our president. His honesty, his integrity, his commitment to his faith and his family, his big heart, and his love, deep love of our country.
Well, for 23 days, U.S. President Joe Biden insisted on pushing forward with his re-election bid in the face of calls from Democratic lawmakers and donors for him to step aside. And then, almost on a dime, things changed. Here's the timeline of Biden's unprecedented exit.
Well, guess what? They're trying to push me out of the race. No! Well, let me say this as clearly as I can. I'm staying in the race. I'll beat Donald Trump. I will beat him again in
2020. U.S. President Joe Biden's decision to end his re-election campaign followed a series of strategic missteps by his campaign team and White House aides that amplified concerns that the 81-year-old president wouldn't be able to win in November's election or run America for another 4 years. Joe Biden was forced to rethink his political future after the first presidential debate against former President Trump.
Well, I'm sick and tired of smart guys. I'm sick and tired of ordinary people being fleeced. I'm tired of being quiet. I'm sick and tired.
He had a dismal debate performance during which his voice was hoarse and he struggled to finish sentences.
Did not want to open up the gate to allow humanitarian.
You got me, man. I'm not going anywhere. All right.
Biden and his team made the rounds to try to stop the bleeding and kick the campaign into high gear to ease concerns among Democrats. In an effort to show he can participate in unscripted events, Biden participated in an interview with ABC, and during that interview, Biden said he was feeling terrible before the debate and defended his health. Biden held a press conference at the end of the NATO summit in Washington, D.C., during which he was adamant that he was the best person to take on Trump in November. But he also faced fresh scrutiny over referring to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky by Russian President Vladimir Putin's name. When Trump survived an assassination attempt at a rally in Pennsylvania, Biden gave 3 different public remarks in the days after, to call for unity, and he paused campaign activities for 3 days. He and Trump spoke on the phone, and there was a brief pause in calls from lawmakers for Biden to step down. Joe Biden tested positive for COVID-19 while campaigning in Las Vegas. He was isolating at his home in Delaware when he announced his decision to step down 4 days later. This historic decision makes Joe Biden the first sitting US president to cancel his re-election campaign in over half a century. When Lyndon Johnson announced in March 1968 he would not accept the Democratic Party's nomination amid disapproval over his handling of the Vietnam War. Parmeshwar Bava for NDTV. There are still a lot of open questions about where the Democrats go from here. Here are the 5 biggest questions at the moment. How is the process going to work? Well, the Democratic National Committee had been preparing to hold a virtual roll call vote to officially pick the nominee starting as early as the middle of next week. But now those plans, which were expected to be finalized and approved by this Friday, are in flux. In a statement after Biden's announcement, the DNC chair has promised that the party will undertake a transparent and orderly process to pick the nominee without offering specifics. The other question is, will anyone else challenge Kamala Harris? Well, Biden's endorsement of his vice president could very well cut off any real opposition, leaving the Democratic Party's bench looking towards 2028 and beyond instead of throwing their hats into the ring. Still, many are wondering about governors like Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan and J.B. Pritzker of Illinois. The other question is, will the rest of the party get in line? Well, even if most of the other would-be hopefuls decide not to run, that doesn't mean the rest of the party will be unanimously behind Kamala Harris. Throughout the past few weeks, in fact, some Democrats, from elected officials to big donors, have fretted about Harris's low favorability ratings throughout her time as vice president. Kamala Harris, by the way, even nodded to the need to earn and win the nomination in her statement, an acknowledgement that a competition, not a coronation, puts her in the best position going into the general election. Now, while pollsters have only started to ask voters whom they would support between Harris and Donald Trump, let alone other possible candidates, across recent polls, Harris actually trails Trump by 2 percentage points nationally on average. That's 46% to 48%. This is an improvement over Joe Biden's standing in the race because he trailed Trump by 3 percentage points in the polling average, 47% to 44%. The last big question, when are we likely to see new polls? Well, maybe soon, but Politico highlights that there's a catch because it is common for pollsters to actually go into the field following big set pieces in the campaign, like a major party's national convention as we saw in Milwaukee. So many people have probably spent the weekend interviewing voters, but experts also argue that won't necessarily be out of date just because of Biden's announcement. Kamala Harris has already made history by becoming the first black and female vice president in US history, but she has faced concerns over whether she can defeat Donald Trump. Now, the coming days will show if Kamala Harris will indeed be embraced by her party and chosen as the candidate at their Democratic National Convention in August.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं।
बहुत ही performance सही सारे हैं जिसे बढ़िया results मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates.
Welcome back. Neeraj Chopra's success at the Tokyo Olympics paved the way for many young talents to take up javelin as a sport and make a career out of it. One such superstar in the making is Kishore Kumar Jaina, who with his throw of 87.54 at the Hangzhou Asian Games last year, recorded his personal best and won a silver medal. Kishore Jaina is now set to make his maiden appearance at the Summer Olympics this year in Paris. He is India's contender at the Paris Olympics. Here's his story.
2021 में ओलंपिक्स में गोल्ड आया नीरज भाई का, तो फिर थोड़ा अजीब सा फील हुआ यार, हम भी जैवलिन ही कर रहे हैं, नीरज भाई भी कर लिए, इधर ही रखे, इंडिया में ही रखे, तो हम भी कुछ कर सकते हैं। दो 2014-15 बीच में स्टार्ट किया जैवलिन, फिर 2017 में हमारा स्टेट का रिकॉर्ड था 65 मीटर, तो 2017 में सितंबर में मेरा रिकॉर्ड हुआ, शायद 20 साल का रिकॉर्ड टूटा था वो 72.77। फिर उसके बाद हाँ लगा थोड़ा हाँ कुछ हो सकता है। फिर 2018 में मेरा जॉब हो गया CISF में, स्पोर्ट्स कोटे में होगा। 18, 19, 20 हमारा बस यही था, जो जॉब मिल गया तो बस अभी घर को ही देखना है, बस स्पोर्ट्स को छोड़ के बस ड्यूटी करना है, अभी घर देखना है। 2021 में ओलंपिक्स में गोल्ड आया नीरज भाई का। फिर मिठाई लाए, सारे बांटे, खाए, ग्राउंड गए, डीजे बजाए, उस टाइम बहुत अच्छा लगा। फिर उसका बाद जब रूम आया ना, थोड़ा मन में अजीब सा लगा, हम भी जैवलिन नहीं कर रहे हैं, तो खुद को बुरा लगा। अंदर से आता नहीं है जैसे हाँ कुछ करना है। तो फिर हमारे सीआईएसएफ का एक टीम का जो चीफ कोच थे, वो बोले तू 75 मीटर मार दे और हम तेरे को नेशनल कैंप लेने के लिए ट्राई करेंगे। फिर मैं उसी में लगा पड़ा, फिर 76.41 मीटर मारा, फिर मेरा नेशनल कैंप के लिए नाम आया। लेबनान गया था खेलने, जब मेरा वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में रैंकिंग घट गया था, फिर 78 मीटर मारा। फिर यार ऐसा सोचने लग गया, मैं सब कुछ किए, कुछ भी हुआ नहीं अभी तक। तो रात को 2-3 बजे रोता रहा, फिर पापा को फ़ोन किया, फिर बोले कोई ना ये अगली कंपटीशन देख ले। अगले कंपटीशन श्रीलंका वाला था। मैं भी वही सोचा यार ये कुछ भी हुआ नहीं अभी तक, तो चलो ये लास्ट कंपटीशन है, इसको देख के छोड़ देते हैं। फिर जाकर ड्यूटी करेंगे, अपना घर देखेंगे। तो मेरा लाइफ का सबसे टर्निंग पॉइंट था, वो श्रीलंका वाला कंपटीशन था। तो उधर अच्छा हुआ भगवान दया से, तो उधर 84.38 लगा, तो उसका वजह से मेरा वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप के लिए क्वालिफाई हो गया। फिर वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में अच्छा हुआ, उसमें बेस्ट हुआ।
84.77 for Jenna।
फिर एशियन गेम्स में अच्छा हुआ, तो उसमें बेस्ट हुआ। फिर उससे पेरिस का हुआ है, तो फिर पेरिस में पता चलेगा कि जो कुछ भी होगा। मैं ये जो भी कोच बोलते हैं मैं वो करता रहता हूँ। मेरा रनवे था 17-18 मीटर का, मेरे को बोले इतना में तो होगा नहीं, तो अभी रनवे 27-28 मीटर का रनवे है। टेक्निक पूरा अलग है।
ये यहाँ रख रहा है, फिर ये चीज़ ला, तेरे को फीलिंग आ जाएगी।
मेरे को काफ़ी भी स्ट्रॉन्ग फील हो रहा है। मैं इतना टारगेट दे रखा हूँ, इतना टारगेट करूँगा, ऐसा कुछ नहीं। जो मेरा पर्सनल बेस्ट हो रखा है पहले, उसको मैं और बेहतर बनाऊँ।
In other news, the CEA spoke to NDTV on the health of the Indian economy. We were in conversation with CEA Ananta Nageswaran. Listen in to the finer details.
I'm in conversation with Dr. Anant Nageswaran, Chief Economic Advisor to the government and the man of the moment. Dr. Nageswaran, thank you so very much for taking time out for us on this very busy day. So, to begin with, I do want to ask you that while you have outlined reasons for your cautious approach on the GDP forecast for this year, do you expect stronger consumption as well as private investment and the contribution of government spending to then come down?
No, I think you have spelling out the specific elements of GDP growth. I think it's difficult to say where the impact will be. But what we point out is if the monsoon turns out to be patchy and uneven, it will have some implications for rural consumption and rural income growth. And separately, geopolitical disturbances and the manufacturing challenge being posed by China, and given the excess capacity that is out there, creating the potential for imports increasing in a big way, may, I'm not saying will, but may induce some caution on the part of the private corporate sector with respect to investing. So it may affect the growth rate. It's not necessarily the absolute amounts being invested. It may affect the growth rates of corporate sector capital formation as well.
Okay, all right. So also your comments on equity markets suggest that the Indian market is overheating. You have spoken about, a cautious approach for retail investors that's needed and the expectation of greater returns, not aligning with real market conditions. So one, I do want to ask you if the implication is that markets are currently overheated, and also on derivatives. The problem now seems to be well identified. why is policy action then lagging? Have we already let it run too far? And what is the policy prescription in that case?
Look, I don't think, no, first of all, about the market valuations, etc., I don't comment on it, and I haven't commented specifically on financial market valuation in India. I simply said that financial market valuations in the developed world have become elevated, and there seems to be some sort of a caution that is creeping into the marketplace, and normally when the developed country markets correct, they do have a spillover effect in developing countries, and Indian market has run up a lot in the last several years, and there is therefore quite an appropriate condition for profit taking to happen, etc. So it is not about valuations in India per se or the growth opportunities, but what is happening elsewhere can have a spillover effect here as well. That is one. And second, whether the situation with respect to Indian retail participation in F&O has it already gotten out of hand, I don't think so. It is not a systemic concern, but we actually don't want it to become a systemic concern. If you look at what the central bank did in December with respect to raising the risk weights on unsecured personal loan, that was a preemptive action. It is not that things have become out of control at the time. It did not want things to become out of control. That's exactly the kind of stronger for longer kind of action that needs to be taken, and also it is in the interest of both the retail investor and capital markets and the private sector with respect to capital formation that we ensure that the financial savings are channelized into productive investments, both from the point of view of the investor and the corporate sector.
Okay, all right. So the report today has a lot of interesting commentary on the China +1 policy. Now, you've sort of articulated about the benefit of FDI from China and why that can be encouraged. But can you tell us a little bit more about that? And also adding to that, does it sort of run contrary to what other parts of the government might be feeling about China-related investments?
No, we are not contradicting anyone here. We're simply pointing out the possibility that if we continue to rely on imports from them, it's not that as if we are not having a relationship with them. We are importing a lot of goods from China, and that's why our trade deficit with them bilaterally are running close to about $90 billion. So there is a relationship, there is a commercial relationship. We're simply asking the question whether there could be a better balance, because continued reliance on imports can also have implications for domestic manufacturing growth to happen, investments in the manufacturing sector to happen. Because of excess capacity, because of China's continued presence in low value added goods, etc. If we continue to import them, then we will, and importing from them is actually cost comparative, cost attractive, and therefore that will continue, which will naturally delay the creation of manufacturing capability domestically in those areas or even in medium and high-tech areas. So that's a choice we need to make. What kind of engagement we need to have? We have an engagement, and that is trade-based. We are asking the question whether that is conducive for other goals that India has, even not only with respect to investment and manufacturing, but also with respect to managing climate change and energy transition. So we are only raising these questions and asking that maybe there is a need to look at a better balance between importing goods and importing capital.
Okay, all right. Now, I'll try and squeeze in one quick last question before I can let you go. But, you know, I do want to ask you about jobs. You've spoken about the improvement we've seen in economic indicators. We've seen a decline in unemployment rate alongside a rise in labor force participation. But I do want your help in understanding, you know, how do you read this against the rise we've seen in self-employment? Within that as well, we've seen a rise in own account workers, helpers in household enterprises, and that along with the share of salaried employees having fallen a tad bit from about 23.8% in 2018-19 to about 20.9%. Not a fairly steep decline, but I do want some help understanding that.
Sure, I think it's a fair point. I think we can have both of them happening in parallel. You can have increase in own account workers, by the way, but even though there's increase in own account workers, on account of domestic work has come down. It's some of them are actually become their own employers. And secondly, I think we should remember that between 2013 and 2019, we had the balance sheet issue in the corporate sector and the banking sector, immediately followed by the pandemic, which saw reverse migration happen, and plus women coming into labor force in rural India, etc. So the two big shocks have created distortions, and that we should not let those two big shocks influence or cloud our judgment about the structural capability of the Indian labor market. Now that these two shocks are behind us and are fading away, I think the economy will see a resumption of job creation in the right areas of the right quality.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, sir, for taking time out to speak to us today. We're very grateful.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं।
वो परफॉर्मेंस सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number
Welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. A very special budget day coverage lined up for you through the course of the morning with our team of experts and our team of reporters who fanned out across, of course, Parliament and the CII, getting you all the latest updates in the run-up to the budget. In about 3 hours from now, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will present Budget 2024. We'll get you all the latest action. First up, the headlines. Aam Aadmi pins hope on tax relief in Budget 2024. Nirmala Sitharaman to present the 7th straight budget, Modi 3.0's first budget with wholesale inflation at a 16-month high. Key Congress meeting ahead of budget. The Congress party is going to be meeting in Parliament at 10:30 a.m. today. NEET hearing to continue in the Supreme Court. This after the Supreme Court yesterday constituted an expert committee of 3 IIT experts. The Supreme Court has maintained that the evidence so far does not indicate any widespread paper leak. After Tamil Nadu and Karnataka opposes the NEET exam, Karnataka cabinet passes a resolution against NEET. Karnataka moves to opt for an alternative medical examination. Vice President Kamala Harris has secured the support of enough Democratic delegates to become her party's nominee against Republican Donald Trump, according to the Associated Press survey. And while it is the first budget of Modi 3.0, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is all set to present the first budget of the NDA government. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the budget will be the first major economic document of the Modi 3.0 government, which, remember, is expected to lay out the roadmap for transforming India into Viksit Bharat by 2047. That's what the Prime Minister said yesterday outside Parliament. Several experts, of course, have urged the government to provide tax relief to the common man. What is in it for people like you and me? Steps to check inflation, job generation, taxation policies, apart from, of course, making a new tax regime the default option. There's a lot to be talking about, a lot to look forward to. And joining me this morning, Maria Shakil, reporting from outside Parliament. She'll be joined by our team of reporters and a panel of experts. Maria, thanks very much for being with us this morning. It's over to you.
Thank you, Rishika. Of course, it's a historic day because Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will be presenting her 7th consecutive budget. She'll become the only finance minister in history of India to do so. I have with me Sajjan Kumar, political analyst, and a young startup leader, Soumya Mishra, with us. But first up, let's get to reporters as to what is the political buzz that is doing the rounds. Remember, we can expect a rather predictable response to come in from the opposition, just as the BJP gave a rather predictable response when they were during the UPA years. So first up, Ghazali is standing right outside Mallikarjun Kharge's residence. We also have Ishika, manning one of the leaders. First up, Ghazali, to you. Ghazali, the leaders, the Congress did have a strategy meeting last evening at 10 Janpath. This was essentially to firm up their floor strategy for today. It's likely that they will be sitting through the entire budget. What are you picking up? Is there a possibility of any political party of the India bloc staging a walkout?
See, as of now, a round of meeting is also expected here at Mallikarjun Kharge's residence. The Congress Parliamentary Party meeting as well as the leaders of India bloc will be holding a meeting at Mr. Kharge's residence. But there are certain issues which will be the key focus area of the opposition. As of now, there is no such proposal or kind of discussion whether they'll walk out of the budget session or not. But yesterday's mood, when the economic data survey or the survey report was tabled in the parliament, we saw the responses coming in from the Congress party leaders, at how Mr. Jairam Ramesh said or how Mr. Kharge himself said that it was more of a cherry-picking thing. Mr. Jairam Ramesh, citing the economic survey report, said that it was, in the survey report, it was mentioned that the government needs to create 80 lakh jobs per year for the next 20 years. So that's the kind of employment situation or the unemployment situation here in the country. But the focus will also remain on one key area, because that's the agriculture. And we have seen in the last couple of years that how farmers as well as the opposition leaders have extended their support to the farmers who have been asking for legalizing the MSP. So agriculture will be one key area which will be the the issue of discussion, or the opposition leaders will expect that the government will address the issue related to farmers, their debt, as well as legalizing the MSP, which has been a long pending demand of the farmers from across the country, and especially in the northern region of Punjab, Haryana, as well as in UP and Bihar. And mind you, there are certain states which are agrarian states and are opposition ruled states like Punjab, Telangana. So perhaps agriculture will be one issue. Besides that, unemployment, food inflation will be the certain issues which the opposition leaders will discuss here when the meeting starts, before the budget is tabled in the parliament today, when Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman raises in the parliament to present the budget there. But besides that, the meeting here, which is to be held by the opposition leaders as well as the Congress Parliamentary Party meeting, will also be held here.
Okay. Let's also bring in Ishika, who's standing outside Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's residence. Not much action as of now. Action begins at 9 when she will be heading to meet the Rashtrapati. There would be also a cabinet meeting inside Parliament around 10:15, 10:30, because the entire cabinet has to approve this budget before it is presented at 11 a.m. So what is Finance Minister's schedule like today, Ishika?
Well, in fact, as you rightly said, Nirmala Sitharaman will in fact be presenting the first budget of the Modi 3.0 government, and we are just standing right outside her residence. We are in fact expecting that around 9 she will be leaving for the North Block, and after that, there is also, she will be going to meet the President as well, and then after that the cabinet meeting, as you likely pointed out, that is scheduled, and after that she will be tabling the budget at around 11 in the parliament. Now, in fact, certainly, this budget is very important, as it is the first budget of the Modi 3.0 government. So certainly, it will be giving an outline of the Viksit Bharat vision of the Modi 3.0 government. But apart from that, also what will remain the key focus for the country will be as to, what benefits are there in this budget for the taxpayers. Now, apart from that, also, if we talk about the regional parties, even if we talk about the national, national capital, the Aam Aadmi Party-led Delhi government here asking for, in fact, 10,000 crore for from the union budget for the national capital. And apart from that, we have seen other regional parties, including the NDA alliance like JDU asking for a special budget for Bihar. So certainly all of these, are the demands that the regional parties have been raising ahead of the budget. So we'll have to wait and watch as to what is in the kitty, the budget kitty for them as well. Over to you.
Yes, absolutely, because as you said, there have been series of meetings which have been held between Chandrababu Naidu and Finance Minister, between Mr. Naidu and Home Minister. So he has come with his bucket list and a wish list, and so is the wish list that has come in from the JDU. Of course, the government yesterday reiterating that there is no question of giving special status to Bihar, but a special package, is that a possibility? Should the two allies of the government expect that in this budget itself? But before I go back to Vedant, who's joining us from outside, Minister of State for Finance Residence, let me bring in the guests who are joining us. Sajjan Kumar, who is a political analyst. We also have Soumya Mishra, a young entrepreneur. As a young entrepreneur, Soumya, what's your anticipation? What are your expectations from the budget today?
So, looking forward to a lot of measures that could incentivize the startup ecosystem. I think this government has been particularly very keen on developing the ecosystem, and we've been seeing the results. We are living in the historical times where in India, the wave of digitalization, the JAM, Trinity, Janadhan, Aadhaar, Mobile, China +1, all of it is coming together with a lot of availability of talent. So I would be particularly interested in seeing what the government is doing in just bringing this together in terms of the Startup Deep Tech Fund policy has been drafted. It would be good to see whether there is a real budget allocation towards it. What are the measures that could be taken in upskilling? Everybody says that globally Indians are leading tech firms. Indians are all the capability centers are in India. Indians are doing research. So it's high time that the next set of new age tech companies come out of India, and I would be very keen to see what the budget has to offer to make that kind of ecosystem thrive now that we are already becoming relevant in the global startup space.
And Soumya, if I may ask one more question to you, and this is with regards to women entrepreneurs. The startup ecosystem also has several women entrepreneurs like you. Should they be incentivized?
I think so too, be it any sector or, women as community, we have our own set of challenges, and government has been very, very supportive in bringing women up. But now I think when it comes to the startup ecosystem, thinking about, access to capital for women or, incentivizing or measures where women are supported enough to lead the sector. Unfortunately, in India and globally, this is one area where women have not proven themselves to be equal in terms of number of startup founders that we have, or in terms of the capital that has gone into women-led startups. So would be great to see if our women finance minister has something to offer to us.
To women in particular, women finance minister for women, is there something special that she has for them? But at 8:30 is when there'll be the first set of photo opportunity that will happen from North Block, where the finance minister will be seen along with that Bahi Khata, the tradition which began in the Modi government, along with the two MOS. We have Vedant joining us from outside, Minister of State for Finance's residence. Vedant, he has left his home. He is heading to North Block. Can we expect the photo opportunity at 8:30? Is everything going with clockwork precision?
That's right, Mara. It's going to be a lot about, those ceremonial moments today, as we see every year on the budget day. And I come to you from right outside MS Finance, Pankaj Chaudhary's residence. And he's just left his residence to reach the North Block, where, of course, as you said, at about 8:45 is what we're hearing. buying opportunity will take place. Of course, the briefcase has replaced the iconic red tablet, that tablet in the red pouch, which is what we're expecting to see this time around as well. So that's going to be extremely interesting, Maria. And it's been a long night is what I've picked up from the MOS Finance, a long night of finalizing the granular details as far as the budget document is concerned. Because remember, it has been for the past 5 to 6 days that the finance ministry has been working round the clock to get the budget together, and of course the economic survey as well, which has clearly sort of laid out the path as far as the Indian economy is concerned, saying that the Indian economy is on a strong wicket, though of course also acknowledging the fact that there are significant inflationary pressures that need to be contained, that need to be curtailed as well. And the middle class of course is keenly watching this budget because remember, there are hopes for tax relief and tax cuts, some relief as far as the new income tax regime is concerned. But something very interesting, Maria, that I've picked up from sources close to the MOS Finance is that something to be watching out for would be the railway, the budget allocated for the railways, given the fact that we've seen these recent incidents of railway accidents. So railway safety is going to be a very important part of the budget this time around. We'll see perhaps an elevated allocation as far as the covered system is concerned and railway infrastructure is concerned. So that is going to be something interesting to watch out for. There is no separate budget for railways as has been the practice since 2017. But a lot to watch out for as far as this budget is concerned. Retail inflation has been at a 16-month high. Food prices have been surging. So of course those concerns will be reflected in the budget as well. But at 8:45 is when the first photo opportunity will take place, and then again at 9:30 at the North Block, and then 10:15 would be that important cabinet meeting where the cabinet will give its nod to the union budget. That of course is procedural. And finally at 11 is when Nirmala Sitharaman will be presenting the budget for the 7th consecutive time, a historic feat in itself.
Yes, and that's right. And that is why I'll ask Azam, my video journalist, to pan and show that we have more women representation here at Vijay Chowk. Mithali is also joining us. She's an economist. And Soumya, as I said, because it is about Nirmala Sitharaman, it's her moment today. But first up, the Bahi Khata system which began. What does it say about the transition that we have seen in terms of the policy emphasis on the Aam Aadmi? That's why the Bahi Khata moving away from the briefcase.
That shows the kind of you are looking at future but do not want to completely be deracinated. You do not want to get completely disconnected. So though symbolic, it shows an attempt to kind of relate to the rank and files and the masses who have the aspiration to be part of the emerging formalization of economy. Mind it, Gandhi wore the kind of dress that signified the aspiration and reality of the masses in one go. So that's one of the important symbolic movement, and we should take it quite in a positive spirit. This is one. Second, it also shows, as Soumya said, we are now at the historical opportunity, sitting at the global moment, wherein most of the advanced or developed countries are looking inward, going into a isolationist and protectionist mode. And it is the opportunity for India to be a part of the outward looking and becoming a fulcrum of the global supply chain. India right now is having the youngest cachet of the working age population. I mean, median age of India is 28, and that way it is going, our demographic dividend is going to continue for another 3 decades. So therefore, this is the time wherein India already has the basic infrastructure, JAM, which is everyone's account is linked through Jan Dhan. You have Aadhaar to identify and you have mobile to connect. And therefore, there can be aspiration of startups and lots many tech initiatives. Not only into the metropolitan areas, but also into the tier 2, tier 3 cities, and also into the rural areas. Second, what we require also is the upskilling and reskilling of the population to reap the...
Because the economic survey, particularly Mithali, has highlighted that aspect of a gap in skilling.
Absolutely.
And as a woman yourself, an economist, someone who has been a regular on NDTV, what is it that you'll be watching out for as the Bahi Khata gets the spotlight?
Thanks for calling me a regular, Maria. This is my 10th budget.
Yes.
So I'm very excited to, talk about it with you today, this morning, freshly woken up. And, I think what struck me
one thing which really struck me over the last 10 years and which Nirmala ma'am announced yesterday was a target of the number of jobs that we are seeking to create. You know, this is the first time in many years that they've said we want 78.5 lakh jobs per year to be created. I mean, when we are saying that as an economy, we are recognizing in the economic survey that as an economy, it is our responsibility, not only the government, but also the private sector to come forward, and also for entrepreneurs to come forward and create jobs. That's something which is very remarkable, because it recognizes head-on the unemployment challenge that we have. And of course, it recognizes the dichotomy of unemployment. That on one side, you have industries coming and saying that, you know, we want to hire more. We have vacancies. There are 18 lakh vacancies in the BFSI sector that have gone unfilled. Why? Because of the skill challenge. And that has also been recognized in the economic survey. Okay. Is the skilling aspect a big challenge for you? Because as a startup, you know, you have different challenges in comparison to those industries who have been there for several years.
So I would say yes and no. You know, it differs by the level. So when I run a startup, it's become much easier to find talent, you know, which is so graphic designing, web designing, app development has kind of become basics, right? You find a lot of people there. But where we see gaps in particular are in new age technology. So for example, we've been hiring for engineers skilled in artificial intelligence, natural language processing, video analytics, and that is where we are seeing a lot of gap. So yeah, there is gap in, but there is a gap which needs to be filled. I think we've done one level of, you know, everybody knows how to run Microsoft Excel or Microsoft Office or Canva, and then, you know, new age softwares are also helping, which are easy to do. There are no code applications, platforms. But just to make it more specialized, you know, when it comes to more specialized technology, when it comes to, you know, hardcore operations, I think a lot more could be done. So what Mithali is pointing out in terms of, you know, companies waiting to hire talent, but, you know, suffering from non-availability of it is a real thing.
Okay, so we are also being joined by Nasir Salim. He's the managing partner at Flexi Capital. Dr. Alok Mishra is CEO and Director Microfinance Industry. Jayant Krishna, Senior Fellow Strategic and International Studies, CSIS. And we also have Saket Mishra, Investment Banker. We will be getting visuals from the Finance Minister's residence any moment now. Saket Mishra, I have the details of the big highlights of the economic survey right before me. And of course, it presents a picture of great hope and also optimism, and I should say silver line. But the opposition says that there is some kind of cherry picking which has been done in the data which has been put out in the economic survey.
Good morning, Maria. I think, look, opposition has a particular task, which is to question the government. But I do believe that what the PM said yesterday, that it's important that now that the elections are over, we all get together and get a consensus around our economy and what steps we're going to take. And I think it's very important that instead of just he said this and he said he did this cherry picking, we stop that, because the country actually has a lot of challenges. We've come out of COVID. We've come out of setting up a great foundation for future growth. But there is a need for some sort of look at where the middle class needs to get benefited, especially in a time when the finance minister's resources are higher than expected. We need to think about employment, and there it's not just a question of retooling, but it's also a question of what's going to happen with AI/ML. I think Soumya was talking about, you know, people who know Excel and basic programming. All those jobs are going to go with AI. So we need to think about that. And I think the third thing that the economic survey highlighted, and which again is incredibly important, is to relook at what we're doing with agriculture. It's not just about MSP or what we're not having income tax or what subsidies we are providing. Somebody needs to sit down, and by somebody I mean all people's representatives need to sit down and look at duplication of benefits, look at what is required to help the farmers achieve sustainability, both in terms of agriculture itself as well as in their livelihoods. So I think it's a good economic survey. the economy is in pretty good shape given all the challenges we have. And it's important that everybody gets together to take us to the next step.
Okay. Okay. And Jayant Krishna, your big takeaways from the economic survey.
So, I think while the survey has lowered the growth forecast, from RBI 7.2, they have made it, 6.5 to 7%. But they have talked about a robust, the public finance, and also talked about, high tax collection, which has been good, improved quality of spending. These things they've talked about, but let's not forget they've also flagged some, there are also some red flags in the economic survey. The most important red flag to my mind is they've talked about China. See, India refuses to learn from China. That's the impression I get time and again. We say we are a democracy, they are not, and they can do things which we can't. But that doesn't mean that a lot of things which are doable. See, they've talked about if India has to be a meaningful player in the global manufacturing supply chains, then as a prerequisite to that, it is very important that, India, our own supply chain plug-in happens vis-a-vis China. That's very important. They've talked about in the economic survey that, how, how do we balance, importing goods from China versus, soliciting capital from China. So I think these are very, very important things to my mind. And they've also talked about, how a high market cap to GDP ratio is not necessarily a symbol of, good economics, kind of, your economic, economy being in a good shape. Employment is what, again, they have flagged off. They've talked about, we need almost 78 to 80 lakh jobs per annum have to be added to the economy, by the year 2030. But more important dimension is how do we ensure that more and more employment happens in organized and formal sector vis-a-vis unorganized and informal sector. They've also talked about, ease of doing business while our ranking has improved. But, if we are the 5th largest economy, why shouldn't our ease of doing business rank also not be among the top 5 or perhaps top 10? So, these are very, very important things there. They have highlighted agro reforms. They've talked about, climate change agenda and so on and so forth. So to my mind, for the first time in last several years, the economic survey has talked about good things which have happened to the economy in the last so many years, and especially, the current year. But they have also talked about some of the red flags, because, the admission of what is not wrong with the economy is equally important if you have to take corrective steps. So I see as a welcome change in the economic survey.
Yes, and good economics is often seen as bad politics. But let's talk about the politics of the budget as well before I bring in the other two panelists. Sajjan, yesterday was the day, just ahead of the budget, the government reiterating that there is no question of special status to Bihar because the state doesn't qualify. It has given the reasons also, because the hilly states can get special status, but Bihar cannot. But the timing is, of course, something that has got the alliance partners worried. Should we expect some big bang announcements for Andhra Pradesh and Bihar?
The question is more about the detail. Of course, government has to cater to the aspiration and demands of two allies, TDP and JDU, Bihar and Andhra Pradesh.
But let's not forget there is elections in Maharashtra. So there's an alliance, another ally who's waiting for another his set of.
So that is why the detail matters.
Yes.
And when I say detail matters, whatever be the demand, up to 1.5 lakh crore is a demand by Andhra Pradesh, Chandrababu Naidu, and 1 lakh crore is demand by JDU. The government doesn't need to give them in one go.
Yes.
It can be given in phases. It doesn't need to be allotted by designated the states some sort of a special status. So government has the window to break it into different segments, and it can go on. A great deal of demand can be fulfilled in another 5 years. So that is why I do not think that the central government has a compulsion, as we assume, in terms of to accept and deliver the demand in this budget or in one go. So that way the central government has the leverage. Second, you also see a clear dichotomy into the economic realm and into the language of the political realm. In economic realm, economic survey also says that government is looking for a grand alliance among the union government, state governments and the private player. So the language is very inclusive. They are wanting to include all spectrum of demographic dividends, and therefore all actors and stakeholders are invited, and the policy is also there. So I think despite the political temperature rising and language acquiring a sort of very apocalyptic
yes,
area.
it's actually very nihilistic. Almost,
Very nihilistic.
It sounds as if the doomsday is arriving. Mithali, so let's focus on, can these states be given the special package? Special status is ruled out, but can the special package be given? Because, as far as Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act is concerned, that clearly talks about a special package for, Andhra Pradesh post the bifurcation of the state.
Absolutely. So 10 years into the creation of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, the expectation is that the centre will provide additional support, to Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, and Andhra Pradesh in particular, because Andhra Pradesh is primarily agrarian as an economy.
Right.
And, agriculture, farming, the Kisan, these are massive focus areas for the government nationally. Now, if you contrast this with the interim budget that came out in March, it was very clearly said East is a focus.
Yes.
Look
Bengal,
East policy. Look East policy, but also Northeast, Bengal, Jharkhand and Bihar. All of these are our eastern states, Odisha as well. Now this time I expect East plus plus. So there will be
plus would be
Andhra Pradesh and also hill states in the north, Himachal and J&K. Because these are states that have been, lagging states for a long time. The climate conditions are, creating situations there where tourism is difficult to promote. There's only, the industries are difficult to promote, and now it's time to bring special packages to the hill states.
That's an interesting point there that you have put. Okay, so the visuals are now coming in of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman leaving her residence. She is the lady of the moment. All eyes will be on her. A lot of anticipation from her as she creates history today. And she will be arriving in North Block. That's where Aishwarya is. Aishwarya, I'm sure all the camera persons and the video journalists are parked at a spot where they can get a good picture of the Finance Minister and all the Finance Secretaries. I mean, all the bureaucrats of the Finance Ministry.
Well, certainly, and in just few minutes from now, we'll witness those iconic visuals of Nirmala Sitharaman along with the MOS Finance and also the officials of Finance Ministry coming outside and showcasing that tablet that Nirmala Sitharaman will be holding, and the budget will be presented. Remember, Nirmala Sitharaman is all set to make history as she will be presenting for the 7th straight time budget for this country. And Nirmala Sitharaman, we have been told, had left her residence. She will be reaching shortly. Pankaj Chaudhary has already arrived at Finance Ministry. Let me show you these quick visuals from the Finance Ministry where, yes, of course, on one side there are a lot of media persons to catch that glimpse, and officials one after another arriving at the Finance Ministry as well. Just few minutes back, we have been told that along with the MOS Finance, it was also the Secretary of Ministry of Finance that had reached the Finance Ministry, and the security has also been tightened up because from here, Nirmala Sitharaman will be straight away heading to Rashtrapati Bhavan, where the President will give nod to the budget, and later she will be going to the Parliament where Cabinet will approve that particular budget. But of course, all eyes on the Finance Ministry, and Nirmala Sitharaman is also to arrive over here, and that photo op opportunity would be here as Nirmala Sitharaman will be showcasing that tablet in which from which she will be presenting the union budget today. So we are just waiting for Nirmala Sitharaman and other officials to arrive over here at the North Block.
Yes, so Finance Minister is going to arrive at North Block any moment now. And Soumya, Make in India has been the big thrust of this government. They are talking about an economy which is expanding. But at the same time, the focus certainly is on that tradition. That is what they have been talking about. Virasat and also as you look at the future.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, and why not, right? Like Indians are making competition to Google Maps, and we are so like for anything from traditional Ayurveda products to electric vehicles. I think we are capable enough to serve our country. So there is a large Indian consumer base, which everybody from other countries is also eyeing on. So why not make it for ourselves? And then at the same time, there are global SaaS companies which are being produced from India. So right from, how a salon is to be managed in somewhere in Europe to, what processor will go into which mobile phone being used somewhere in Australia. All of that is being made in India. And we look forward to what kind of, more policy-driven incentives could be given. So government has been launching PLIs. It will be interesting to see which all sectors come in the purview this time. We would also love to see some more, Mitali just spoke about the inclusion with state government and central government. So a lot has been done to promote industry, startups from the central side, but like in terms of ease of doing business, in terms of getting, in terms of dealing with authorities at the state level, if there are any incentives or measures that could be taken, it would be very gratifying to see those in the budget.
Yes. And we can hear the movement now. I think Finance Minister's cavalcade is actually going up the Raisina Hills. Those visuals would be coming in to you from the agency. But Nasser, thank you so much for your patience. And thanks to Dr. Alok Misra as well, who's joining us. Dr. Alok Misra, here is the government talking about supply chain disruptions and also talking about inflationary pressures. So are you expecting some kind of measures to be announced to tackle these? Nasser, if you heard me.
Yes, good morning, Maria. Thank you very much for having me on.
Okay, let me go straight to Aishwarya, who is where Finance Minister has just arrived. So, Aishwarya, over to you. What are you seeing? She is there, the lady of the moment, and Finance Minister is right there.
Well, let me show you these visuals from the Finance Minister. Nirmala Sitharaman, Finance Minister, has now arrived at the Finance Ministry. Certainly, Nirmala Sitharaman will present her 7th straight budget on today for the fiscal 24 and 25, surpassing the record of former Prime Minister Morarji Desai. And she will be heading from here on directly to the Parliament, to the President's house. Remember, Nirmala Sitharaman, Finance Minister, along with MOS Pankaj Chaudhary and other senior officials of the Finance Ministry will step out and will give that iconic visuals of the budget as well. And from here on, she will be reaching to the President's house. But yes, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, when all eyes will be on her, just had arrived at the Ministry of Finance along with the other officials who accompanied her. Now in just few minutes from now, along with other officials, she will be coming out of the Finance Ministry. Nirmala Sitharaman had just arrived, as I mentioned, along with MOS Pankaj Chaudhary, who arrived a short while back at the Ministry of Finance, and we are just waiting for other officials, as the senior officials, as you can see in the visuals, also waiting for Finance Minister and the MOS Finance to step out of the Finance Ministry shortly while holding that budget in hand.
So the Finance Minister, who has just arrived at the North Block, has entered the North Block and she has gone up to her chamber, and thereafter she will be stepping down with the two MOS, the various secretaries of the Finance Ministry, the Finance Secretary, the Revenue Secretary and others. All of them will be stepping down and then there will be a photo opportunity that will happen there. So let me bring in other guests. Saket continues to be with us. We also have Jayant Krishna with us. And I believe we also have Alok Misra and Nasser Salim. If Alok Misra can hear me and Nasser Salim, as we have been... Okay, Nasser Salim, coming to you, the question that I'd asked about, the supply chain challenges. Are you expecting some kind of announcement to counter those, to address those concerns?
Good morning, Maria. Thank you very much for having me on your show. Yes, supply chain remains a very important sector for, any good economic development. And I think one of the few things that we're looking out and we will clearly see is, more aid being given and more money being deployed towards capital expenditure, which has also been the trend in the last 5 years, whether it's in terms of infrastructure support, roads, ports. I think some of that will continue to play a very pivotal role in the way the budget should be expected to be announced as far as this entire supply chain is concerned. Number one. Number two, I think to your other question that you asked me, Maria, which is on, how inflationary pressures are continuing to catch up in the middle income group. The middle income class is subjected to, this high inflation, and so is the others. But I think the key point here is what the budget is really looking forward to is some tax rationalization, both on standard deductions and on capital gains. I think, if you look at some of the standard deductions, which is ATC, which is up to 1.5 lakhs, that can be increased hopefully to about 2 odd lakhs. That's the expectation from the industry. A lot of middle income group class will be benefited if that happens. There are also standard deductions available on housing loans. Now, housing loan and infrastructure, all of these play a very pivotal role again, Maria. And I think, with a lot of people participating in the real estate, transition of buying and owning properties, I think the principal component and the interest outlay that is paid out and the deductions available, those again, the deductions can be increased from the current. The other quick one is that, as I said to you, rationalization of capital gain. Being a former banker and a private wealth manager now, we strongly feel in the industry fields that I represent that there has to be a rationalization on this in the effect to say that there are various asset classes, such as equity, fixed income, REITs, gold, for example, is also a very important asset class, and real estate also. So all of these have different timelines and different taxation applications that get applied, in terms of capital gains. If that can also be that's also an expectation that get brought in to ensure that, the inflationary pressure gets off from some of the members of the public.
Okay. Jayant, Krishna, my question is that in the interim budget, we did hear a lot of emphasis being put on the fact that that there should not be any big bang announcement, but more to do with stability. Are you expecting the same this time around? Because I think the roadmap for the Viksit Bharat, as Prime Minister has been emphasizing on 2047, something that the Finance Minister did speak about in the interim budget, is that something which will be the big highlight, the big announcement to do with the infrastructure projects and the thrust certainly be on capex?
So, Maria, if you look at history of our budgets in the country, typically the first 2 years of any new government are the ones which are more reformist in nature. Because subsequently, they get into the election mode and so on and so forth, and then the reforms do not happen. So I personally definitely expect some big ticket reforms, not that everything can be spelled out in the budget, but some indication. I think our labor laws, despite some regrouping and recoding which has happened, on the ground, industry still faces the music, and especially at the state government level, because it is the labor laws are on the concurrent list, and many of the operative level state labor laws are actually at the state level. So, some reforms in that space, agro reforms are also very, very crucial. I mean, I somehow support the government on the agro reforms they had brought about during the pandemic, but they had to be repealed because of political compulsions. But in some form, I think, if those reforms do not come, the farmers' income in real sense would not go up. So that's very important to my mind. Land acquisition bill, nobody wants to touch today. But acquiring land for industry, for infrastructure has become extremely difficult in the country. So somebody has to look at all these things. And more importantly, I would say, the spend on some critical areas of the economy. Healthcare, the public expenditure on healthcare is just about 2% of GDP. We have to double it. If we have to have universal health coverage for, 140 crore people, we have to go beyond Ayushman Bharat and we have to spend, increase that spend level. I keep talking time and again on education and skills. Again, the federal and the state governments put together, they spend just about little over 3% of our GDP. This also needs to be doubled if we have to, become, a developed economy by the year, 2047. We have, the fifth largest nation in terms of GDP, but if you look at our per capita income, per capita GDP, we rank pretty low. If you look at the Human Development Index, which largely emanates from, healthcare, education, skills, quality of life indicators, there again our rank is very poor. So I think there have to be this budget, to my mind, could herald some of the big ticket changes in these kind of measures, and which measurability, every 3 years down the line from now till the year 2047, that, how our ranking on per capita income as well, per capita GDP as well as Human Development Index would improve, and the spending on healthcare, education, science and technology is another sector. We just spend about 0.7% on R&D, of our GDP on R&D, which is the lowest among all G20 countries, So unless we peg it up, unless we improve the ease of doing science and research in the country, how would we ever become a innovation-led economy? We are the fifth largest, we may become third largest also, but would we be an economy driven by innovation? I think that needs to be looked at. Look at our trade to GDP ratio. It has improved substantially. It's become 47% now. But a lot of people in India, especially the industry side, they still believe in higher import duties and so on and so forth, and some kind of a protectionism. So I think some of the FTAs with European Union, with UK, I think those need to be fast-tracked. Australia, we had at least the first level of FTA, but I think an expanded version of that would be required. And US, while no FTA is under discussion, but some on the trade front, I think some rethinking has to happen very clearly, because the more you'll protect your manufacturing from competition, indirectly you'll promote relatively inferior goods to be there in the market, and it will also impede our export competitiveness. So I think these things, to my mind, are very important. And last but not the least, you talked about infrastructure. I think that's one area where this government has done pretty well in the last 10 years. Wherever I travel all across the country, and whenever you you find a country in the making, in the sense that, there are flyovers, there are bridges, there are expressways happening everywhere. But we spend just about 3.4% of GDP. Most developed countries today in their phase of high development, they were spending, 4 to 5%, some of them even 6% of their GDP on infrastructure. So these things are very important to my mind, Maria.
Okay. All right. I would like to thank all the guests who are joining us, but we'll continue to have the guests who are here early morning with me at Vijay Chowk. We are slipping into a short break. The first set of visuals will start coming in straight from North Block, and this remains our top focus, the special budget, the budget of hope of Modi 3.0.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो performance सही सारे दी ते बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
The aspiration for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, one world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented
Welcome back. You're watching our continuous coverage of the budget. This is the first budget of the NDA government, Modi 3.0. All eyes will be on Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman as she presents the union budget for the 7th straight time. Our team of reporters are fanned out across the national capital to bring us up to speed with the very latest. Maria is reporting live from Parliament. Maria, you had an interesting conversation with stakeholders, with experts, with economists. A lot of hope, like we've been calling this, budget of hope, a lot of expectations pinned on what the finance minister is going to say in about 2 hours from now.
Yes, absolutely. And we have two experts right here as well. So I'm going to take that question. But interestingly, what you said here, Rishika, it's NDA 3.0 that is presenting the budget. So Modi 3.0, but it's also a coalition government, an alliance government. So will there be coalition compulsions at play? That's the question to Sajjan.
Doesn't seem to be the case. It should
yes,
be.
you know, because it's very clear that the party and the government is speaking from the position of strength, and they are continuing to emphasize that. I mean, if anything, if only yesterday you tell to one of your alliance partners who's very key in the state of Bihar that you will not be getting the special status. So I think it's the position of strength that the government is coming from.
And also the allies have their own compulsion. Next year, I mean, Bihar is undergoing another election, state assembly election, and Nitish Kumar has a better incentive there. So he would also not like to, from his vantage point, antagonize. Similarly, Chandrababu Naidu and Modi both are in sync in terms of the kind of economy. They are into the aspirational economics, not into a very kind of a populist economics. So that is why you say, despite we have coming elections in Maharashtra and Haryana to agrarian state, and therefore the expectation was that maybe there would be more populism. You call them freebies, you call them more safety nets, etc. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Government, and at this juncture, despite the coalition compulsion, seems to be moving more towards the much needed structural, reform.
Yes, and this continuity is the big word and the buzzword as far as policy is concerned. Yes, absolutely. I think, this government has always been focused on capex-driven growth, creating more jobs, creating the right infrastructure so the industries could thrive. That's the buzz that, the government would most likely continue on the same trajectory to have a more, more structural, aspirational reforms, policies aligning with what they've been doing in the past. So really looking forward to what's more in store this time. What's more in store in that Bahi Khata. The first visuals will start coming in at 9 a.m. and that's why we have to slip into a short break. This remains our top focus here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Budget 2024, the Aam Aadmi pins hope on tax relief. Nirmala Sitharaman to present the budget for the 7th straight time. This is the NDA or Modi 3.0's first budget with inflation at a 16-month high. Key Congress meet ahead of budget. The Congress party is going to meet in Parliament at 10:30 a.m. today. NEET hearing to continue in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court yesterday constituted an expert committee of 3 IIT Delhi experts. The Supreme Court has said that evidence doesn't indicate widespread paper leaks so far. After Tamil Nadu, now Karnataka poses the NEET exam. The cabinet has passed a resolution against NEET. They have moved to opt for an alternative medical exam.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
A very good morning and welcome back. You're watching NDTV 24/7, the continuous coverage of the Union Budget 2024. In about 2 hours from now, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will be presenting her 7th straight budget. She's at the North Block, expected to leave there in just a short while from now. We'll get you all the latest action from North Block. First up, the headlines. Aam Aadmi pins hope on tax relief in Budget 2024. Nirmala Sitharaman to present the budget for the 7th straight time. This is Modi 3.0's first budget in a coalition government amid food inflation concerns. The pre-budget survey, the economic survey that was tabled in Parliament yesterday, has suggested that the economy is on a strong wicket. The Indian economy estimated to have grown 8.2% in the financial year 2024. The economic survey acknowledges the food inflation concern. Another infiltration bid foiled in Jammu. The army says one soldier has been injured in heavy firing, and counter-insurgency ops are currently underway in the Battal sector. Crucial NEET hearing will continue in the Supreme Court today. This after the Supreme Court yesterday constituted an expert committee of 3 IIT Delhi experts after the court believed that evidence so far does not indicate a country-wide paper leak. But states are taking their own measures. After Tamil Nadu, now Karnataka and Bengal oppose the NEET exam. The Karnataka cabinet has passed a resolution against NEET. Karnataka is opting to move towards an alternative medical exam. West Bengal Assembly is going to move a resolution on the NEET mess. And all eyes on what's likely to happen now that President Biden has stepped down. The big question is who's likely to replace Joe Biden. Kamala Harris has sought enough support from Democratic delegates. According to the Associated Press survey, Kamala Harris is favored, but there are some key questions that still remain. Well, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is all geared to make history with her 7th straight budget. In a short while from now, we'll expect to see the Finance Minister ditching the quintessential briefcase with that red tablet outside North Block. We'll get you all the latest action. But for now, it's over to my colleague Vishnu Shom, who's reporting live from CII.
Well, good morning and welcome to all our viewers across India and indeed across the world. We do broadcast around the world, and today is an exciting day for so many looking at the Indian economy. It is important for 1 billion plus Indians. It's the union budget, the third one presented, full budget presented by Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister. That's going to be at 11 a.m. in the morning, and throughout the morning, throughout the afternoon, and in our programming in the evening, we'll be telling you what A, the expectations are, B, the budget itself, and of course several reactions. But just in terms of a couple of broad themes that we'll be looking at in the hours ahead, income tax, and will there be relief on income tax? Is that something which can actually spur personal consumption? That's something we'll be looking at closely. Capital expenditure, so very important, and the entire debate on capital expenditure is on whether private expenditure can actually step up, because it's the government which is driving capital expenditure, which is good in pushing up our macro level numbers, but perhaps more needs to be done in terms of private capital expenditure. Renewable energy, solar power projects, we do need to think about the renewable sector. It is a critical part of our economy. Will there be critical parts of that which the finance minister will look at? Private consumption has lagged at 4%. That's what I mentioned. We need to improve that. And perhaps significantly as all of this, the entire issue of jobs. The economic survey yesterday said that India needs to create nearly 80 lakh jobs a year in order to sustain and improve our rate of growth. Mukesh Bhuttani with us right now, a familiar face on NDTV and somebody who has a lot of expectations himself. Thanks very much. So let's start off on a populist note, shall we? No prizes for guessing the question. Income tax. It probably makes sound sense to push up private consumption by bringing down income tax rates. Is that something we can expect or hope for?
I think that is widely expected, primarily because it's been some time since the threshold for levy of tax was revised, number one. Number two, if you just simply look at the spike in inflation in 2023, though it was down in 2024 fiscal year, there has been a wide expectation that it will come down. Also rejigging of the schemes. So if you recall, 3 budgets back, an option was given to the taxpayer to choose between a tax savings versus a differential rate of tax without tax savings. I think there was a bit of a element of less of marketing that the government did to encourage taxpayers to move to the new scheme. So we could expect some changes there as well. It could be a complete transition, or it could be continuity of both the schemes, but with greater clarity.
Yeah. Let's talk a little about capital expenditure. That really does pump the macro level numbers. India's overall GDP growth numbers extremely robust, the largest, most significant among growing economies. But that's been driven by the government. And there's nothing necessarily wrong in that at all. But in terms of private sector involvement in driving India's capital expenditure, what do you believe needs to be looked at in terms of policy initiatives to push that up?
Well, I think there are adequate cues in the economic survey. I liked a concept coined by the chief economic advisor called a tripartite arrangement. He wants to make the state government and the private enterprises as very much a party to many of the recommendations that he's making in the economic policy, and one of the most important ones is the capital expenditure. So if you look at the capital expenditure, there are 2 phases for the last 4 years. I'm looking at the COVID year, the post-COVID recovery year. Obviously, in times of black swan events like the COVID, the federal government steps in, like it happened in many parts of the world, looks at leading the capital
expenditure. I'm interrupting you for half a second because we've got images of the finance minister now having arrived from her residence to her office at North Block. So she's got a busy couple of about 2 hours before the budget actually is presented by her. From here, there'll be a photograph which is taken with those who were involved in the preparation of the budget. She then goes to Rashtrapati Bhavan and then makes her way to Parliament. And then, of course, we'll see her not with the Mr. Bhuttani with the budget suitcase, because that's passé. We're a digital India now. So a tablet which she holds up, and then she goes, and 11 a.m. that's what happens. So You know, I mean, it's a third budget, but I presume, you know, there would be an element of nervousness there as well. But do carry on with your thoughts. We were talking about capital expenditure.
I think she's fairly seasoned. She's breaking the record of Morarji Desai having rendered the budget for 6 consecutive years. So on the capex, the story is that post-COVID, federal government stepped in, like in many parts of the world, and they have been incurring a fair bit despite the revival of the economy, particularly in the last 2 years. The economic survey says that states have a role to play, and so does the private enterprises. So 2 pointers which are coming out very clearly in the survey: responsibility for capex, and more importantly, responsibility for employment generation, which is again coming out as a red flag in the economic survey. By doing that, I think the chief economic advisor, speaking for the finance minister, is throwing the responsibility equally on the private enterprises as well. And no better panel than CII to communicate that views.
No, absolutely. Let's talk about jobs, because I think ultimately that's what we need to see. The economic survey said India must create 80 lakh jobs each year for the next 20 years. How does that happen?
Jobs are never created in isolation. Neither can jobs be created by government or even state government upping their expenditure. Again, 2 aspects that have featured very prominently in the economic survey, and I would expect that it would be translated into budget proposals as well. 1, recognition of services as an avenue for job creation. In fact, the economic survey talks about the Global Capability Center, what started off as a Texas Instrument 1985 center in Bangalore, resulting in 150 multinationals creating global capability centers. But it equally talks about making entry norms easier, addressing the ease of doing business in India, thereby suggesting that we can do more from a reform standpoint to create more.
All right, well, we're going to have to interrupt you there, Vishnu, because we're getting live pictures at the moment from North Block. That is Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, along with the Minister of State for Finance, Pankaj Chaudhary, of course, geared up to make history. She is going to be presenting the budget for the 7th straight time. Nirmala Sitharaman has ditched the traditional Bahi Khata. She did so in 2021. Continues the trend of presenting the budget in a paperless format. And what you can see there is, of course, a fascinating evolution from the traditional briefcase to the Made in India tablet that is in the finance minister's hand. She, of course, is in fact showing that tablet. Vishnu, if you can hear me at the moment, those are live pictures we are getting from North Block.
All right, so images there of the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Just a brief visit to North Block, and then that photograph with all of the officers in the Finance Ministry and so many ministries across the country who've helped prepare the budget. And so let's see if she says anything now. Unlikely. She's on her way, as I understand it, to Rashtrapati Bhavan, a brief meeting with the President as well. But this was a small photo opportunity before the budget takes place. There'll be more today as she meets the President in a little while from now. That's about a half-an-hour meeting. And then she ends up in Parliament. Again, she'll be showing off that tablet where she's got the budget. She'll be reading off that as well. That starts at 11 a.m. this morning. So it's all happening now. The stage has clearly been set for the Union Budget of India to be presented. Let me just go back to Mr. Bhutani once again. Sorry, sir, we interrupted you with those images. We'll keep doing that, but go ahead with what you were saying.
So I think your question on the job creation, one is identifying the potential that global capability centers offer with 150 multinationals. There is clearly an opportunity for India to promote more employment creation within those 150 global capability centers. Second is the disruption that COVID and trade war between United States and China has caused more and more European and US multinationals to look at India. And that is where the global value chain as a concept has evolved. It featured prominently in the election manifesto. I'm hoping that there would be budget announcements. There are adequate cues in the economic survey yesterday talking about how global capability centers and manufacturing in global value chains. So I think a combination of both the manufacturing and the services sector, besides allied agriculture sector, are really, in my view, avenues for growth. But again, going back to the point that I made earlier, the states, by way of policies, by way of creating a more conducive environment, and the private sector doing its bit by, getting a bit more aggressive, if I may say so, on capex, can create employment. So I don't think that it is solely the responsibility of the federal government over here. I think they will lay down the roadmap. They will have to create a facilitative environment, and the other stakeholders have to play an equally important role. And last but not the least, the importance of MSME as well.
Yes.
I think we've been talking a lot about it. That sector has been reeling still under the post-COVID recovery pressure. Besides the formalization of the economy that has happened, I think this is, in my view, just the right moment to create the MSME as impetus for growth by making sure that there is ease of compliance, ease of customs procedures, ease of their ability to be able to sell more and more Indian competitive manufactured products in countries with which we have free trade agreements. So I think it's really a bundle of opportunities that lie ahead of us.
And in as much as there are those who say that while it's just not enough to look at the macro numbers, let's focus on that side for a moment, because the macro numbers, the overall GDP rate is very positive. Yes, private investment is lacking, but core inflation is benign. There does appear to be enough space for fiscal consolidation.
I would say that the fiscal consolidation is now largely revenue driven. The kind of tax collections that we have experienced in the last 3 financial years, particularly 2 financial years, is unprecedented. The reasons for that are well known: increased compliance, the benefits, medium-term benefits of the GST spelling out. More importantly, for the first time, we are seeing both direct and indirect tax firing growth. Now, to some extent, you can argue that this is sustainable, particularly in the short to medium term. But I think, the whole notion about payment of taxes is all about, not just about compliance, but it's all about widening and deepening the tax base. I think the finance minister in the last 3 budgets has explored all forms of avenues for deepening and widening the tax base. So there is very limited policy scope for her to be able to deepen it further, widen it further. I also think that it's a given that she will not raise the tax rates, which means that the only opportunity for her to continue with the tax collection is to, number one, encourage more businesses to grow, because that's how they will contribute, and put more money in the pockets of the taxpayer, which means consumption will increase and consumption taxes like GST will increase. So I think fiscal correction is largely tax collection driven and not with regard to curtailing expenditure.
Okay. All right, so that's just a look at some of the key issues, and there are so many which we are going to be discussing, but just a reminder of what today is all about. The Union Budget presented by Nirmala Sitharaman, the third full budget under Modi 3.0. The Finance Minister presenting that tablet, which is where the budget is. She's going to be reading off that. She is now on her way to Rashtrapati Bhavan, would have reached over there. She has a meeting with the President, and then she heads to Parliament as well. So we'll be going through point by point all the important points on the budget, what we can expect. But for the moment, there are also all sorts of expectations, reactions coming in from political voices as well. It's over to my colleague, Maria Shakil. Maria?
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं।
बहुत ही परफॉर्मेंस सही सारा दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
The aspiration for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the
Welcome back. We are coming to you live from Vijay Chowk next to Parliament, the new Parliament building, which will be witnessing history as Nirmala Sitharaman presents her 7th consecutive budget. We have Sanchita Mukherjee, investment banker, and veteran journalist Neerja Chaudhary, who is going to recall for us when she first met Nirmala Sitharaman in 2007.
Yes, I remember Nirmala Sitharaman as a very good spokesperson at that time.
Yes.
I used to think, my God, she can, look at both sides of the picture. And of course, in subsequent years, she became much more strident. But today, as she presents her 7th consecutive budget, many people are going to criticize it, critique it naturally in a democratic setup. Many will support it, but it's a moment of pride for a woman to be presenting her 7th consecutive budget as the finance minister of India. It shows the journey we've covered as women.
Yes,
we
ma'am,
have a
and
long
that's
way
why
to
we
go,
have an
but-
all-women panel also here.
That's right.
So, as someone who has tracked her journey, what is one thing that you realize that she has, has been there strongly, being supportive of the Prime Minister for 10 years. She has complete support of the Prime Minister.
She has, and it is not that she started off that way. She was seen to be close to Arun Jaitley at that time, but she has very clearly stayed the course.
Yes.
We're aware of the compulsions as well as the opportunities to seize. So that says something for her also. As I say, we are going to, in a few hours, probably be criticizing her very vigorously. I don't know whether we will, but given the challenge she has, yes, it's a big challenge today in the first budget in Narendra Modi's term 3. Not easy, given the fact that they didn't get a clear majority, and for reasons which are clear: unemployment, rising prices, how they are going to
address those
very difficult issues. Some of it was reflected in the economic survey that Nirmala Sitharaman presented to Parliament. But let's see. Everybody is waiting to see how she's going to, in moments from now.
Yes, and I'll ask you about coalition compulsion in just a bit. But before that, Sanchita, thank you so much. Lots being said in terms of the capex. The focus has been on Viksit Bharat Roadmap 2047. What is your anticipation as an investment banker?
Thank you so much for having me over. So I just quickly clarify.
It's sweltering heat.
It's sweltering heat, and yes, I'm wearing my katha because budget is a very crucial and important day. I'm not an investment banker. I'm a business economist and a finance professional. And this capex is very, very crucial, not just for the finance sector, not just for the for anything, but it's a huge multiplier for the economy. It's very good for the country because investment in capex, public capex, which the government has been doing the heavy lifting for the last couple of years in infrastructure, in the manufacturing sector. There was a point in time in our generation, we never really thought that manufacturing will take off the way it has with the PLI and the Make in India and the China Plus One policy. So for every 1 rupee put into the infrastructure manufacturing sector, it creates multiplier effect in job creation, which right now I think is a very, very crucial stage and a lot of discussions being done. So yes, we are looking forward for this government to continue with the heavy lifting in public capex, in infrastructure, in green-oriented infrastructure, and also investments in education, skill building, where we feel there's a lap in terms of, it's not that jobs aren't there. Meaningful jobs are there. New age businesses are coming up like how. But there's a gap in the skill. So investment in education, the way we have gone about with investment in defense manufacturing and all of that, making India so self-reliant in defense manufacturing, we can do the same model when it comes to education and skill building.
Yes, but the economic survey has talked about skilling gap. And where does the government fit in, and where does the role of the private sectors fit in, particularly for bridging that skilling gap?
Very, very important question. I was just reading a report a couple of days back which clearly stated last year close to 46.86 lakh jobs were created in the financial services sector. However, only close to 27.5 lakh jobs actually materialized in terms of applicants filling up these positions. So 18 lakh positions went vacant because the skill set wasn't there. Now what stops the public, the private institutions, the large think tanks, educational institutions, the state government and central government coming together, which the economic survey termed as the tripartite compact, right? These players need to come together to address this very issue of the skill gap that we're talking about, because let's understand, tomorrow we're going to be living in an AI-driven world. For AI to be able to create newer jobs rather than displacing old ones, we need a very conclusive central policy which will bring together state government and private to address the skill gap. We cannot be sitting with old curriculum, age-old curriculum with a bunch of just handful of colleges.
Okay. We have Nayantara Kochar also joining us and Rudra Chatterjee. But before I bring both of them, let's discuss the politics of budget, because politics and economics, as they say, ma'am, go hand in hand. Coalition compulsion was the buzzword during UPA. It has still not made its entry in this coalition government. But given the fact that Modi government is speaking from the position of strength, are you expecting some big announcements or packages for Andhra Pradesh and Bihar?
Look, before I go on to Andhra Pradesh and Bihar, which are going to be very critical.
Yes.
Those two states for this government are critical because the TDP and the JDU and Chirag Paswan's party and Jitin Manji all support this government and prop it in power because it has only 240 seats on its own. But this is likely to be a political budget. Unlike the interim budget, which was expected to be populist, but was not.
But wasn't.
In February this year.
Yes.
And it showed the confidence of the government. They thought we are coming back to power, so we can concentrate more on fiscal consolidation rather than populist measures before the election. The first budget normally of any government is when they tend to take hard measures. But I don't expect them to do that because of 2-3 reasons. One, because they have very critical elections in the states down the road. Maharashtra, Haryana, Jharkhand this year, Delhi and Bihar next year. And of course, in addition to winning one more state, which they'd like to, any party would like to, they have to prove that Narendra Modi's popularity remains undimmed. So if they win 2 out of these 3 elections this year,
it's very critical.
Will go. It's very, very critical for them. Yes. Now, as far as coalition management, so far they have done well. We'll see what is given for Amravati, we'll see what is given for the refinery in Andhra Pradesh, what is the other financial package held out, what Bihar gets. They've ruled out a special category package for Bihar, but for infrastructure, for flood management and things like that, yes, there will be a package for Bihar, financial package. So we need to see that. But there is another thing, you know, given unemployment and prices becoming such an issue, how to create particularly food inflation, which is hurting people. What they do for the MSME sector, which is very important because the unorganized sector in this country accounts for more than 90% of the workforce. But the middle class has become equally important, Maria. They are moving away. They moved away. They showed signs of moving away from the BJP in the Lok Sabha election. But I hear stray voices now.
Yes.
यहाँ भी in Maharashtra, people saying, हमने ज़्यादा तो नहीं कर दिया. We wanted to give them a jhatka, a jolt, that they don't get, you know, it's not unbridled power that they exercise. But have we done little too much? So with this kind of thing happening, a rethink beginning to happen in sections of the middle class, there is a window of opportunity. Let's see how Nirmala Sitharaman utilizes it. Will she go for tax cuts, which the middle class is expecting?
Okay, Nayantara, some tax cuts, is that what your calculation is? Or are you of the opinion that it will be a political budget as ma'am is putting it here?
Hi, good morning. As much as any change in the personal tax regime is welcome, these are all indirect measures to boost consumer spending. What we need to realize is all this job creation, 80 lakh job creation that Vishnu, everyone has been talking about, this is actually going to come not fueled by the large metros. This will primarily have to be driven by new job creators. And these new job creators are people like me, entrepreneurs, small startups. One of the simplest ways that we can achieve this is to kind of bring about a unified platform for logistics, for last mile delivery. We pass on the benefits from these spending to the rural areas where these accrued spendings can be utilized by startups, by business to consumer companies in rural areas. Now, non-metro job creation is not talked about as much, but that is the need of the hour. Our current GDP is pegged quite low at about 6.5 to 7%. And in my opinion, this is primarily because of the dearth in access to capital. It has become quite a tough ecosystem, even despite being the 3rd largest startup ecosystem in the world. The tax regime for attracting investment is so cumbersome that if you want to create these jobs, you have to simplify the tax regime. One of the ways that we can kind of do that is to revitalize the economy, simplify the ease of doing business at whatever scale across India.
Okay, so the ease of doing business will be the buzzword, and even as we look at those visuals that is now will start coming in from the Rashtrapati Bhavan. But political budget or populist budget or middle class budget?
Thank you. Again, a very pertinent question. My co-panelist termed it very well, but I differ with her on a couple of points. I would think that the government for the last couple of years has done extremely well for the economy in terms of, I mean, it's been tabled yesterday, the economic survey. India's economy is very strong and stable in the face of global headwinds. We are right now in the middle of 2 wars, inflation abroad, inflation which is affecting us in terms of oil prices, all of that. But I think the government has steered through all of this very well. So I do not think it's going to be an all-in-all out populist budget. I think the focus on fiscal consolidation, on infrastructure, on meaningful development will remain. What I think the industry and the larger country at large is looking for is, of course, measures which will actually help this unequal growth which has happened in terms of consumption power need to be given to the middle class. Let's understand, middle class is also not what it used to be 77 years ago. We have expanded like how there are different stratas of middle class, different geographies, right? There's a huge urban-rural divide. So definitely tax rationalization, giving middle class the consumption power would be a theme. Ease of business, I think they have done tremendously well. They will continue to focus on that, continue on fiscal consolidation and development. However, looking at new age sectors like green solutions, solar, renewables will be a big push because that will really augur well for the country in a very long term.
Okay. Rudra Chatterjee is also with us. Rudra, your thoughts on this budget? Of course, it's 1.5 hours to go when Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will be presenting it.
Good morning, Maria. I think this is an important budget given where we are. We have seen the GDP is strong, as everybody's spoken about, but we need to have this GDP growing at the same rate for the next 10 years to become a $7 trillion economy. To do that, we need consumption and we need investment. That is where we are not strong. Consumption growth has been low at 4%. So how can we increase private consumption? Can we give tax rebates, especially at the lower wages, to increase the consumption part of GDP? Private investment will follow consumption. So I'm not worried about private investment. As long as consumption grows above 10%, I think private investment will follow. The second area is the labor-intensive manufacturing. India needs jobs, as we've spoken about. To create jobs, we need labor-intensive manufacturing in textiles, in tea industry, in food processing industry. How can we create a system where Indian brands in textile and tea packages and consumer products are global? We should have a 5-year policy to enable that. I think climate change is real, and that is showing up as food inflation. We have to have weather-resilient seeds. We have to have better and more sustainable irrigation. And I hope the budget focuses on those areas. I think in terms of our fiscal position, we are at a good position, and we need to just sustain it over the next 5 years.
Okay. We also have Madan Sabnavis, Chief Economist of Bank of Baroda, joining us. But before that, Anuja ma'am, a word on Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and her legacy of 7 years.
Legacy, let's see. Let's see how, of course, she is now into her second term and the Prime Minister's third term. And she has been repeated, as have been many ministers, in order to give the impression of continuity, of business as usual, the Prime Minister completely in control, even though the BJP is in a minority and has formed a government with the help of allies. So we expect Nirmala Sitharaman to continue. A bit too early to say what her legacy is going to be. But let's see the critical issue in this country, the burning issue, and will increasingly be so. And in many parts, we see it in Bangladesh, we see it around us, is unemployment. How do we address this? That is the core issue for any finance minister, any prime minister today in a country like India particularly. So I would say her legacy, I would look at her legacy in how she comes to address this. Of course, she cannot, she cannot move independently. She's part of a collective, part of a team. But, one would watch her for that, certainly. I would say another thing, Maria, that the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister and this government have successfully so far dealt with the coalitional challenges within.
Yes.
Not,
But it's early days, ma'am.
It's early days. It's early days because what the Janata Dal U has been murmuring and there's dissatisfaction growing there. But the opposition, a very strengthened opposition in the 18th Lok Sabha, is what they will have to address also. You have the political jodi of the BJP today being countered by do ladke from UP.
Yes, very
Another
strong.
political jodi that's emerged from Uttar Pradesh and emerging very strong
Very
in
strongly,
parliament.
yes.
And today also I'm sure we'll see them in action.
Yes, we saw them yesterday during the NEET issue.
That's right.
So, Madan Sabnavis, coming to you, the issue of jobs, job creation. In the economic survey, the focus certainly has been that they have emphasized on looking at the EPFO data and at the same time acknowledging that there has been reverse migration and increased in labor force, particularly in rural India, which is countering rural distress in some ways. But do you get a sense that job creation is a roadmap of sorts will have to emerge in this budget?
See, the way I look at it is that when you're looking at the issue of employment, it's much broader and cannot be issued in the budget. It cannot be addressed in the budget. Okay, the budget is an income expenditure statement of the government. There are certain incentives which can be given on the tax side. There are certain expenditures which can be incurred both on the revenue side in terms of social welfare as well as maybe capex in order to bring about growth. Employment, to my mind, is a much broader issue. And I think what the economic survey has highlighted is that it will have to be tackled quite separately outside the budget. Two areas which they have emphasized, which I would like to re-emphasize out here, is number one, we need to do something on agriculture because productivity levels are going down and it's necessary for us to make sure that we are able to create meaningful jobs out here. The second thing is in terms of MSME. So when they're talking of the bottoms-up approach, the whole idea is that since MSMEs play an integral role in terms of contribution to GDP, industrial output, exports, as well as employment, we need to grow this particular sector in an independent manner. Here, I think the budget could address one issue in the sense like if I have a PLI-like scheme specifically for the MSMEs, I think that will be a giant step which can be taken in terms of giving a push to employment in this particular budget.
Okay. A quick word from Sanchita here, and then I would hand it over to Vishnu, who's joining us from CII. Sanchita, a word on the finance minister.
I think she's done remarkably well, and I completely agree with Neerja ma'am that this is a matter of pride for all of us women that she's tabling this budget for the 7th straight time. She has taken the country through the COVID times and we have emerged as a very strong economy. Let's understand Indian economy is a very, very diverse economy. We are not a Vietnam or a Sri Lanka or a Philippines, or a Korea, which is contingent on one sector, on one specific thing. We are extremely diverse, from chemicals to renewables to agriculture to manufacturing to services to IT. I mean, we have it all. So I think I agree with her. Right now would be the challenge in terms of getting to understand and having a credible source to data, which us as industry is also looking forward to, because I think most of the data points that we have here are very, very conflicting, especially in the unorganized sector. I mean, most of the data that we're talking about is usually in the formal sector. But if one goes to the unorganized, one needs to deep dive even further and peel off the layers. But yes, a lot of opportunities are emerging on new age businesses, on electronics, manufacturing. It remains to be seen how she navigates through all of this, and takes our 4 trillion economy to an 8 trillion economy in the next 7 to 8 years. Very hopeful.
Okay, Neerja ma'am, because I'm sure you would have, covered several budgets. Which is one budget that you remember?
Oops, I remember the Chidambaram's dream budget, when he was at the head of a coalition government, the United Front government. And nobody expected it to, a coalition is associated with weakness, instability, nothing new, no new ideas, big ideas. But his was called the dream budget. So one that sticks in my mind since, from the top of my head, if I have to say.
Okay, so there is a dream budget of P. Chidambaram. Will there be a dream budget that we'll see this time around as well? With that, it's a wrap from here at Vijay Chowk. Over to you, Vishnu.
Maria, is this going to be a political budget? Don't wrap up so soon.
It looks like certainly that's what.
All right, I think
that's
Maria
what
has disappeared for the
Nirja
moment.
Chaudhary is saying.
No, she's not disappeared. Tell me, is it going to be a political budget, yes or no, since you cover politics as intensely as you do?
Yes, so Nirja Chaudhary is of the opinion that it's going to be a political budget, and I, in a way, second that.
All right, I don't know if any of our panelists do, but Mr. Bhutani, political budget or?
I'm not a political analyst, and I just hope that it's not a political budget and it focuses more on the economy.
All right. My colleague Vasudha also with us at this stage, and I'd like to go straight across to Nayanthara Kochhar, who's been waiting very, very patiently. Nayanthara, thanks very much for being with us.
Thank you.
You know, a few years back, when we spoke about a green economy, it would just be essentially a talk shop. It was the right thing to say, but now in terms of renewables being such an important part of our economy, is there a real sense that there needs to be a more focused budgetary commitment to ensuring that renewable energy, solar power projects, etc., are, prime focus?
Yes, I agree. And look, I live in Bangalore, so I'm surrounded by all my deliveries happening on an electric bike from a guy who's come from a neighboring village in Karnataka. This is the reality that we live in. We all just keep talking about having a green budget, but part of our tax reforms towards deep tech, towards focusing on AI, towards focusing on funding more and more R&D and innovation in this space is needed. And one of the simplest ways that the government can actually encourage this is to have another follow-on seed fund similar to the one that they had launched in 2021 with a corpus of about, I think, 945 crores, which expires in 2025. Now is the time to start to fund all this R&D and innovation in this green space, in solar, in deep tech, in AI, in mobility. When I made a previous point about simplifying the logistics platform, having a unified platform for last mile delivery in India, this is actually going to be the enabler for job creation, for 80 lakh jobs to be created in the non-metros. This is all going to come from non-rural workforce. Now, there is also a dearth of skilling for these jobs. So if we can tie the two together, where we are kind of focusing on building the infrastructure to support these green initiatives, also the development around these jobs and the skilling, I think that India will be far ahead in terms of just mapping jobs, skills, and this ecosystem. It's not happening right now, but it's
just interrupting you for a moment. We've got images over here of the finance minister with the president. It's a short meeting with the president just before, and it's part of protocol, before she goes to Parliament to present the budget. And she's just some blessings from the president over there. Good wishes from her as well.
After this, there's a cabinet meeting that takes place which approves the budget, and then, of course...
so the cabinet meeting takes place where, Vasudha?
So this thing happens now. Now, this is just optics, and of course, after this, the cabinet meeting will take place around 10:15 is what we've been told.
In Parliament itself?
Yeah, mostly. And then, of course,
and then
11 a.m. is when the...
I'm curious to know what a cabinet meeting so close to the budget would actually be about.
Of approval procedure protocol.
It's right, because nothing fundamental would get discussed. It's all sort of done and dusted. It's in that iPad, or it's an Indian tablet, or
Vishnu, it's all continuous.
But Apple products are made in India now, so you never know what it is.
I think it's not the khata anymore. It's a
iPad tablet.
Anymore. Yes, yeah, it's a tablet.
Vasudha, go ahead.
But also, Madan Sabnavis joins us. He is the chief economist of the Bank of Baroda. Mr. Sabnavis, I remember reading one of your pieces last year where you had focused on the need to boost private investment. At the same time, you also talked about the need to increase consumption. You also talked about focus on farm sector. I think those three things really would define the budget of today, because that is something that the government is really worried about. Tell us, what do you think are the key cues from the economic survey that would point to big indicators from what the budget is likely to offer today?
I think there are 3 points which we can talk of related to the subjects which you have raised. One is, of course, in terms of agriculture. where we have over 40% of our labor force which is employed out here, it is necessary to make it a bit more commercial so that it becomes remunerative for the farmers who are there, because we have seen reverse migration take place in the past. And since the major problem in India appears to be a case of creating jobs, I think when we're creating jobs in the agricultural sector, it's something which will have to be a bit more focused in terms of not being disguised unemployment, being employment which actually gives you a sustainable income. So I think here will be the focus on a couple of crops. I think pulses and oilseeds is what the economic survey has highlighted, because these are areas where we tend to be under pressure very often when the monsoon doesn't do well. Now that we have a good monsoon this year so far, it does look like that they could go ahead with certain initiatives on this front. Second, in terms of consumption, I think it's, even though the budget cannot solve the issue of consumption, but since we have a comfortable position today in terms of the economy doing very well, there's a surplus from the RBI which has come, I think there could be certain kind of concessions giving on the consumption side in terms of tinkering with the income tax slabs, income tax rates, maybe indexing it with inflation, so that as inflation keeps increasing, your income tax slabs also change. I think this is probably something critical and has to be taken up, because one of the reasons why consumption hasn't been increasing is because of the fact that we've had very high cumulative inflation. And the third thing is on investment. See, we should all remember that the private sector investment has not been increasing. I think the economic surveys also mentioned that when we talk of private investment going up, it's more in the construction segment, the housing segment, rather than in plant and machinery. Now, we should remember that the private sector invests only when there's a return on capital. They need to see business, not going to invest like the government going in for capex, where they don't look at the return. So keeping this in mind, I think the focus will probably have to be more on the MSME segment, because we need to have a PLI-like scheme for the MSMEs, because this is something which generates employment, income, help exports, industrial growth, overall GDP growth. So PLI for MSMEs is what I think we should be focusing on in this particular budget. The overall PLI, to my mind, has not quite worked the way we expected. The government has given the incentive, it has not quite picked up. So MSMEs could be the way out.
Nayantara, you'd spoken about tech a little while earlier on, and of course you linked it to the green sector. But if you look at the economic survey, there's been a concern about artificial intelligence, which, to use the words of the economic survey, casts a huge pall of uncertainty. The biggest disruption for the future of work is the accelerated growth in AI, which is poised to revolutionize the global economy. That's a fact. We can't get away from AI. At the same time, is there a concern that that's going to really impact job creation, which we need?
No, I actually have a totally different point of view. I think that we should start to look at AI as an enabler. I run my own businesses. For me, AI has been, I cannot tell you, so advantageous. It has given me skills that, yes, on one hand, I am not reliant on others to do the work, but AI makes you more efficient. If businesses can harness AI, what stops a lady who's a housewife today from running a business powered by AI? We need to change our frame of thinking. Stop looking at technology as something that takes away from us, but look at technology and AI specifically as something that enables us. I think when you look at AI, India needs to have a blueprint for AI. India needs to have a specific AI blueprint just for micro entrepreneurship. And the reason I say this is that when we're looking at the tax structure and what the deep tech industry wants, it is very different from what a small micro entrepreneur's needs are from the government in enabling this. The ecosystem, to just say that this is a startup ecosystem in India, we work at different scales. Now, let's say a very large funded startup that is about 10 years old has very different needs from India to enable it to propel and to build world-class products. But that same ecosystem has to be efficient, harness, and supportive of someone who is a micro entrepreneur, say in a non-metro city. And they are actually being empowered by AI. They are being empowered by WhatsApp. They are being empowered by multiple platforms and fintech platforms that work for a single person like this. I feel that it is time for us to have a blueprint in place that talks about AI at different levels. And the government needs to step in at different levels to do their bit to kind of really create an ecosystem that is enabled by AI, not that is fearful of AI.
Right.
So that's very important, and in fact, Niti Aayog was among the first bodies to start working on AI. Vishnu, those are the shots of the finance minister actually, leaving from the North Block, leaving from the Rashtrapati Bhavan back to North Block now. This is an important historic date. Also, it's a very important day for Ms. Sitaraman. She presents her 7th consecutive budget. In some way, she surpasses the records of people like Morarji Desai. Mr. Bhutani, one question I wanted to ask you was, yesterday in the economic survey, there were many risks that were pointed out: protectionism, of course, geopolitical changes. Now, with the possible change of guard in the White House, what kind of impact does India's growth prospects see? What kind of things can we expect, and what should the budget have to sort of give us some sort of cushion for that?
Well, you can classify the external shocks in two categories. One would be black swan events like the health crisis, COVID. Second would be risks that are inherent. Today, the risks that are inherent are conflicts in the Middle East to potential trade wars. I see the potential trade wars as an opportunity for India. In fact, the economic survey has clearly recognized that if we need to leverage on manufacturing as a sector, what is it that we need to really be doing?
Okay, the finance minister, sir, in Parliament now. Once again, a small photo opportunity. She is now walking up. Vasudha, you want to run us through? Since you know Parliament better than me, please go right ahead.
Finance Minister. He is the Minister of State for Finance, Pankaj Chaudhary. He comes from UP, from Gorakhpur, and that's Nirmala Sitaraman. She is the Finance Minister. Of course, ready with the budget there, and she is going to present it for the 7th consecutive time. And that is TV Somanathan, of course, Anant Nageshwaran, the Chief Economic Advisor. There are also the other senior officials. That is the Makar Dwar Vishnu of the Parliament. This is for the ministers to get in. So she's arrived at the Parliament, and she is going to get in now. And then there's going to be a meeting. The Prime Minister will, of course, be part of that. That's TV Somanathan, the most important person in the Finance Ministry, somebody very trusted by the PMO and also by the Finance Ministry.
Vasudha, just the optics of that so different from what we've seen over the decades. When in the old Parliament, there'd be this bustle of camera people over there trying to stick their mic out, get a picture of the finance minister, and then he or she would turn around with that suitcase in their hands, and now it's that little tablet in a new Parliament for a new budget. So that's actually better imagery with the MOS finance over there of Nirmala Sitaraman as she is about to go in.
Nirmala Sitaraman with Pankaj Chaudhary already at the Parliament. And Vishnu, 10 o'clock, 10:30 is when all MPs start arriving, and she's already arrived. It's 9:55, she's arrived, and she clearly, there's a cabinet meeting that's going to take place at 10:15, so that's when the stamp of approval goes. The CE
this was earlier.
Also accompanied her.
This was outside North Block, I think.
Yes, this is outside North Block, and I think this is all photo op. And of course, she also went and met President Draupadi Murmu, something that she's done every time she has presented.
Sorry, we interrupted you for the 10th time, but go right ahead.
No, that's okay. She's more important than me. So I think the opportunities lie clearly both on the services and the manufacturing. On the services, clearly identifying more investment opportunities for global capability centers, identifying more opportunities for manufacturing through the supply chain disruptions by setting up an ecosystem for global value chain. Clearly, the economic survey also points out the downward trend in the foreign direct investments, which means that there is clearly a need being felt to attract more investment. Now, what is the additional dosage of reforms you need to be able to attract more foreign direct investments? Is it a clutch of bilateral investment treaties? Is it a question of addressing the woes from a tax certainty viewpoint? There are many items on the reform agenda of the government to be able to leverage on more investments from the private sector, more foreign direct investments, because those are really the only opportunities that are going to fill the gap of 8 million jobs per year between now and 2036.
So the question is just playing that balancing act really well. Thank you, Mr. Bhutani. Also, Nirmala Sitaraman has reached the Parliament, and there's going to be a short cabinet meeting. After that, of course, she presents the budget. Time for a short break. We'll be back in a bit.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं।
बहुत परफॉर्मेंस आई सारा दी ते बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and our...
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Watching NDTV 24/7, our continuous coverage of the union budget here on NDTV. We have Vishnu Shom joining us from CII, Maria Shakil reporting live from outside Parliament. This as Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just reached Parliament, and Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman all set to make history, presenting her 7th straight budget. She's arrived in Parliament with that tablet in the red pouch. She's going to present the paperless budget in an hour from now. We'll get you all the latest action. First up, the headlines. Aam Aadmi pins hope on tax relief as Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is all set to present her 7th straight budget. This is the budget for 2024. It is the first budget of Modi 3.0's coalition government. Also the first budget amid food inflation concerns. The pre-budget economic survey was tabled in Parliament yesterday. It suggests that the economy is on a strong wicket. The economy is estimated to have grown at 8.2% in financial year 2024. The economic survey acknowledges food inflation concerns as well. Another infiltration bid foiled in Jammu along the line of control. One soldier has been injured in heavy firing. An encounter is underway in Jammu's Battal sector. NEET hearing to continue in the Supreme Court. This as the Supreme Court constitutes an expert committee of 3 IIT experts, while the court believes that the evidence so far that it has does not indicate a countrywide paper leak. After Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Bengal now oppose the NEET exam, Karnataka cabinet has passed a resolution against NEET. They've moved to opt for an alternative medical exam. West Bengal Assembly to move a resolution on the NEET mess today. The US presidential race got a whole lot more interesting, with questions now on who's likely to replace Joe Biden. While Kamala Harris is the front-runner, has the support from enough Democratic delegates, according to an AP survey. Kamala Harris is favored, but questions still remain. Well, it is Budget 2024 that will be presented on the floor of Parliament in about an hour from now. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has reached Parliament with that tablet in that red case. This, remember, replaced the quintessential briefcase. She's met with President Draupadi Murmu. Those are visuals coming in from inside Rashtrapati Bhavan as Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, along with MOS Finance Pankaj Chaudhary, met with the President of India. They've both reached Parliament now, and Prime Minister Modi has also reached Parliament. The budget will be presented, like I said, in an hour from now. My colleague Aishwarya sent us this report.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has just arrived at the Parliament, and there you can see in the visuals, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has just arrived, and she is now entering the Parliament premises over here along with MOS Finance Pankaj Chaudhary from Makardwar. She is entering the Parliament premises, and there you can see in the visuals Nirmala Sitharaman, who is set to set to pronounce the budget for 7th straight time, and this is Modi government 3.0 first budget. Nirmala Sitharaman, there you can see in the visuals as far as the budget is concerned, she will be presenting it, and just behind me in the visuals it is Finance Minister along with MOS Finance Pankaj Chaudhary. She presented the economic survey yesterday, and today, after leaving from Finance Ministry, she directly headed to Rashtrapati Bhavan, and from there now she has reached to the Parliament, and the Cabinet now will be approving this budget, after which at 11 a.m. It would be Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman who will be presenting the budget inside the Parliament. All expectations from the budget as far as income tax is concerned, as far as the share for the states of Odisha, Andhra Pradesh is concerned as well. Now Nirmala Sitharaman has entered from Makardwar inside the Parliament, and from here the Cabinet will be approving the nod of the Union budget. There's Aishwarya Jain for NDTV in Delhi.
All right, that was Aishwarya Jain reporting from outside Parliament, just as Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman walked into Parliament holding that red pouch. Well, that is the Bahi Khata, as it's traditionally called, which contains the tablet through which Finance Minister will be reading out the paperless budget in an hour from now. Well, like I said, we have our team fanned out across CII as well as Vijay Chowk to get you all the latest analysis from experts. It's over to you, Vishnu, for more.
Rishika, thanks very much. What an exciting day it is. It's a day when more than 1 billion plus Indians and indeed people around the world would be looking expectantly at the union budget. Less than an hour to go. The finance minister went to her office. She went to Rashtrapati Bhavan. There will be a small meeting of the union cabinet inside Parliament. She is in Parliament right now before the budget gets presented. There are so many key issues that we are looking at. The issue which a lot of people watching this bulletin would be, or this broadcast would be looking at, is potential relief on the income tax front. That makes sense, some would suggest, from so many perspectives. It drives growth. It enhances private consumption. The entire issue of capital expenditure and the role of private industry versus what the government is doing. Research and innovation, we've not spoken about that. AI is a consumption. And of course, job creation. And these are just a couple of issues. And of course, inflation, the basic inflation numbers, and of course, food inflation, which remains a cause of concern. So many issues which the finance minister will have to address. We're also joined at this stage by Mr. R. Mukundan, Vice President of CII. Thanks very much for being with us. And we've also got Vivek Gupta, partner and leader at Deloitte with us. Thank you, Vivek, for being with us. Mr. Mukundan, let's talk a little bit about job creation right now. If you look at what the economic survey said, we need to be creating 80 lakh jobs on a consistent basis each year for 20 years. How does that happen?
So, Vishnu, I think in terms of jobs itself, when you meet people all over India, I think jobs is certainly a community issue, but I think from the industry side, skill is also equally an issue. So I think the focus on skills, how do you transform our youth to be highly skilled, I think is very, very critical. I think government has done a terrific job when it sort of, towards the end of its term, in looking at credit scheme by which you could get credits for your skills, upgrade your skills, and private sector can play a role now. Companies can certify skills, which is a new change which they brought about. I think this is going to be a wonderful change because companies can then drive the skill development within the youth. The second issue as far as jobs are concerned, whether we like it or not, jobs will be created in MSME. I think very, very critical. But more importantly, I think it is not just MSME. MSME, whatever we do with MSME has to be linked with our trade policy. There's a mention of fundamentally looking at this opportunity which is there in the world where they're looking for more resilience. How do we connect our MSME to international markets? Not just Indian market is going to be the second piece of the puzzle. Third is if we want to succeed in trade, I think what key issue is competitiveness. And the two factors which are critical for competitiveness are power and logistics. I think on logistics, we should continue the investment in infrastructure. We should continue to push hard in terms of making sure that our green transition, our move towards power availability in plenty, we continue the pace. I think these would be broadly, I would say, 4 or 5 things we need to do. Skills, focus on MSME, making sure infrastructure moves forward.
You know, Vivek, just on the issue of skilling, it is so very important. There's been a mission for skilling in this country. But in terms of how that actually is generating fresh jobs, the numbers are not very impressive, at least the numbers which are visible to us. In terms of future initiatives linked to skilling and the scale at which it needs to be done, what are some of your key thoughts?
See, India is one of the few countries in the world where our graduates are not directly employable in industry, or a large portion of our graduates are not directly employable in industry. I think both the private as well as the government sector have taken steps in order to make these graduates, or in order to make even school pass outs employable.
Yeah.
And that is where skill must come in. We are a country, in fact, the economic survey itself recognizes that over the next decade or so, service exports might go down. If service exports go down, it is very essential that for our vast population, we find a means to employ them gainfully. And skill development, I think, will be a core part of that. The economic survey also notes that both the government and the private sector must play its designated role in this. So I see that there will be a huge focus in education, there will be a huge focus in skill building in this budget.
Mr. Mukundan, private consumption is lagging at just 4%. That basically goes to show that households at various levels, they just believe they don't have the money to spend, whether it's disposable incomes or even spends on necessary items. In terms of a policy initiative or something that the finance minister needs to do, what can be done to boost private consumption?
So private consumption, clearly, I think we can look at some bit of rationalization on the GST, but that is not the focus of this budget. Certainly, it's out of the scope. And I think government is making some effort in that direction. In addition to that, I think putting some money in the hands of people, and you had alluded to that when you gave your opening remarks, could be, but I'm not saying that is the only route to follow. I think the clear emphasis has to be that we create such an investment climate in the country that investment picks up, that creates jobs, that creates consumption. The other element I would certainly say is that we got to look at our agrarian economy more deeply I think how do we improve agriculture productivity? How do we sort of boost the rural demand? One of the key issues between the demand itself has been that the rural demand has been lagging the urban demand, and I think putting more money and putting more investment in rural India will be very, very critical.
Sure.
Hopefully the budget is going to address that.
You know, there were a couple of points which the Congress party came out with yesterday. I thought some of these made some good sense. A right to apprenticeship, protections for gig workers and the unorganized sector workers, and a minimum wage hike to 400 rupees per day. Just in terms of these three areas, because it employs millions of people, does something need to be done?
You know, we always have to find a balance between what market forces will dictate and what will be legislated. And that's where I think some of these factors have to be very closely considered as to what will be absorbed by the market. To me, I think 2 points are important. A, if the mass of population coming into the job market is skilled, they will in any case get what they deserve, and therefore some of these protections are not needed. Point 1. Point 2 is a very important point that he just made. Ultimately, and the economic survey also recognizes this, sustained investor interest in the economy is what will create a virtuous cycle.
Yes.
So we have to work on, and the preface to the economic survey notes that it's not easy.
No.
Because of global factors.
Yes.
They pointed out 3 factors, 2 of which are not in our control, but 1 is. And the one that is in our control is to provide a policy a framework in the country which allows investors and encourages investors to invest into the economy. They've spoken specifically about interpretation on issues such as taxes, transfer pricing, and so on in the very preface to the economic survey. It's not often that the economic survey is directly translated into budget provisions.
Right.
But I am hopeful that this time's economic survey, which recognizes such specific issues, therefore finds resonance with the other colleagues of the Chief Economic Advisor who would have framed the budget.
You know, Mr. Bhutani, we haven't really spoken about one key aspect. For the last several budgets, we've always looked at it through the prism of the impact of COVID. Are we done and dusted with that? I mean, can we now go well beyond COVID, or COVID held us back for so many years and therefore we are where we are right now? Are we well beyond that?
I'd like to believe that we are well beyond COVID. In fact, the concern is that the post-COVID recovery for the last 2 financial years has been so rapid and so robust that the concerns are on where will we end up with the growth rate for the current financial year, and what is it that the Chief Economic Advisor is predicting for the next year. I think unlike the prior economic survey reports, the current incumbent has been very, very conservative. Imagine projecting a growth rate for India less than what the IMF and the ADB has projected. They projected in the range of 7%.
But they were being conservative, and he said so as well.
To 7%. Yeah. Imagine a economic survey pointing out to more challenges rather than opportunities. And his way of pointing out the opportunities carries rider for everything. If we need to attract 150 multinationals to expand on the global value chain, this is what we need to do. If we need to increase the FDI, this is what we need to do. In fact, he's gone ahead and identified that the marginal drop in the FDI is not a concern, but the repatriation of profits that occurred, which ordinarily is deployed for investment, is a concern. So I think on jobs, I just wanted to add few things to my colleagues. We have to look at the breakup of the job market. 60% of the job market, give and take here and there, is all self-employed. 20% is casual labor, and only 20% is the formal employment that we are looking at it. We tend to focus on the third category of employment, but the first 2 category employment are lost out. So I would anticipate that the focus of the budget could be in certain industries which are capable of not just creating the formal employment, the third category, but it has a multiplier impact on the first 2 categories of jobs, casual labor. So for example, if you grow on the global capability center, or if you grow on the manufacturing side, you have more opportunities for casual labor, contract labor. If you give impetus to growth for global capability centers or for logistics, you have more opportunities for self-employed categories. So I think that seems to be the focus, because you cannot double up the third class of job seekers who are really the formal employers.
We've got a quick reaction just ahead of the budget coming in from the Union Minister Prahlad Joshi. Let's listen in.
बजट होने वाला है और जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में भारत का जो आर्थिक प्रगति हुआ है उस प्रगति और भी आगे बढ़ेगा। प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में माननीय निर्मला जी जो रख रहे हैं बजट, तो विश्व में आज भी अभी तेजी गति से जो बढ़ने वाले फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी जो है और हमारा ग्रोथ भी जो अच्छा है उसके लिए पूरक जो होगा वैसा ही बजट रहेगा। और ये विश्व में जो हम तेजी से बढ़ रहे हैं आगे भी बढ़ेगा।
सर एक चिंता इन्फ्लेशन को लेकर के
Just another quick question for Mr. Mukundan before he leaves us, and we promise to grab him and bring him back later on during the day. You know, the global picture is not very good. I mean, there are two wars taking place right now, Russia-Ukraine, the Gaza-Israel situation. The Red Sea is in a mess right now. We don't live in a very happy environment. We never have, actually. You know, when one talks about India's success economically at this stage, how closely does it continue to be linked to what's happening around us?
So let me give you a counterpoint. Actually, we are in a better place despite all this. It could have been far worse. We should look at the positive. Number one, I think interest rates have peaked. They're going to come down. Despite all the strife around the world, the energy costs are almost stable. This is an opportunity for us rather than, because they will end at some point. And when it ends, it's going to be even better than this. So I always say that it's actually a very opportune time to plan long term. At the same time, going back to your job issue, I think CI has been saying for long that for gig workers, we need to adopt the labor code, social security. Hopefully government moves on that. But going back to the main point which you raised, I think we're in a good place despite all the issues.
We are. Let's hope that remains that way. And if that uncertainty wasn't there, imagine perhaps we would have had an even more beneficial impact. Any point that you'd like to make on the environment that we live in?
The only additional point that I'd like to make is globally, lots of dry powder exists in terms of investment in various global opportunities. India has to be competitive to attract its fair share of the global dry powder. Whether it's private equity funds, whether it's corporates, whether it's thanks to COVID or otherwise, I think people are sitting on a lot of dry powder. We have to make sure that we continue with the environment to attract capital.
All right, as Mr. Mukundan takes leave, just for a little while, I just wanted to, let's just return to those images, that footage, if we can, of what's been happening a little while back with the finance minister now in Parliament. Let's roll that footage. She was with the president a little while earlier on as well. That's what has been taking place now for the last little while. We'll stay with these images for just a while. We've had several images coming in. So it's going to all start right now. It's 10:20, another 40 minutes away. There's a meeting of the Union Cabinet. That takes place in Parliament as well. That is essentially a stamp of approval for the budget. It is a formality. It's not as if anything radical can actually take place at this stage. But let me come back to you, Vivek. In as much as we talk about job creation and in as much as we talk about what needs to be done and skilling, there is what the economic survey says is the worry of artificial intelligence, a huge pall of uncertainty. When we talk about skilling, we talk about skilling at all levels, right? But the concern about AI is that it affects skill levels low, semi, and high. And this is a reality. We can't get away from it. That being the case, how do we address the concerns?
If we roll back into history, and I don't want to be philosophical, at the time the Industrial Revolution happened, people felt that job creation worldwide would go away because you would have these giant machines that will do what humans were doing up until now. I look at artificial intelligence as just one more step in that continuum. How this expands the opportunity universe. When the internet came, we all felt that lots of stuff will die down. But actually, each such revolution puts in place a chain of events which, if properly managed, can grow the world dramatically. Ultimately, all job creation, all economic pooling happens if you're creating economic value.
Yeah.
Therefore, attract investor interest, utilize every such revolution in the best way possible. That is what I would say. So
Okay.
I'm not quite so concerned. I'm actually concerned from the perspective that if our service exports were to go down, that impacts a wide category of people. So what are we going to do? And I think the government is looking at manufacturing. The government is looking at alternative means to see how will India react if some of this were to happen.
We're also joined by Ashwajit Singh, founder of IP Global. Mr. Singh, thanks very much for being with us. Let me put you on the spot right up off the top. What are your three major expectations of Nirmala Sitharaman as she gets set to present the budget?
I can't hear anything, Ji. I can't hear anything, Ji.
Can you hear me now? All right, we'll come back to him in a little while from now. But let me, in fact, go back to you, Mr. Hotani, and let's focus on a couple of other issues. You know, there's this stark gap between the headline GDP figure, which is great. Forget about the Indian numbers, the international numbers are phenomenal, and weak consumer demand. And in a sense, that's the overriding sort of message of where our economy stands. How would, you know, shrinking that be perhaps the biggest challenge before this government?
See, a large part of the inflation figures are arising due to food inflation. Pulses, dal, prices of tomatoes, so on and so forth. If you look at the rise in prices of these food products, it's largely supply constraint driven. So one of the recommendations that's coming in the Chief Economic Advisory is that RBI should stop looking at food inflation as an index to be able to thrust a host of monetary policies to correct it. Instead, the government should look at enhancing the direct transfer. So it is very much possible that there could be a change in the approach of the government to be able to deal with the food inflation. Remember, the food inflation is impacting the common man, and these common man constitutes a large part of the voter category. Businesses are least concerned with the food inflation.
Yeah.
So you could see a enhancement in the direct transfer scheme to be able to address the issue of core inflation, because this will assume center stage in the minds of the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister.
All right, images of the Prime Minister, we just sort of saw him there going into Parliament. There's a lot riding for this government, Modi 3.0, with this budget. They've come into power with weaker numbers, but the impetus for economic growth, absolutely imperative. There would be perhaps sharper scrutiny of the budget that in the past, with a larger voice, as it were, numerically at least, in Parliament of the opposition. So that's what we can sort of bring you at this stage. Let's just stay with these images for a moment. And I just want to know if we've got Mr. Ashwajit Singh back with us. Have we got Mr. Singh back with us? All right, Mr. Rajan Navani joins us from the studio. Thanks, Mr. Navani, very much for being with us. You know, it's a question which I've been trying to sort of ask a lot of our panelists. I'll put you on the spot. Your three big budget expectations.
You know, I think it'll be in the context of one big event which is happening, which has not happened. I think we're in the biggest technology revolution that the world has ever seen.
Don't say AI now.
Not AI. It is multiple convergence of multiple technologies. And I think that leads to digital, green, all of these, because I think today's budget is a directional budget. Everyone's looking forward to, you know, how India and industry can invest further around certain themes. So definitely, you know, incentive to invest in more capital, you know, investments. I think infrastructure, again, including digital, is a very, very large part. India's played a big lead in, you know, digital public infrastructure, and how do we use that as a new way of showing what India can potentially do towards job creation. I think, which is a big thing, is the inclusivity and the multimodality of moving from jobs to livelihoods. I think the ability to understand, again, what technology driven change can make that happen, and certain incentives there. A large investment, I mean, I would look at allocation towards reskilling, is a big one, because that's again something that is going to, be needed, skilling, building capacity in young people. And I feel the biggest shift again, and I know you mentioned not to mention Gen AI, but I cannot not mention that, because we're deeply engaged with Gen Zs, and we see this digital always generation. Digitization, the technologies that ride on top of that are going to shape the future of a lot of what India can potentially do globally. And I think we would miss out a big opportunity if we don't recognize these sectors and commit.
But what about low-skilled jobs? Because the concern which the economic survey mentioned about AI is that it affects jobs across the board. When one looks at low-skilled jobs and presumably jobs where the income levels are much lower, if you do have AI, then it would potentially result in unemployment rates going up.
No, it's new jobs. So if you see today, delivery boys, car drivers, it's the gig economy. It's the ability to earn a...
महंगाई बढ़ाते हुए, बेरोजगारी बढ़ाते हुए, निवेश को कम करते हुए, कहने को कहते हैं 5 भी अर्थव्यवस्था है, लेकिन इतने बड़े पैमाने पे बेरोजगार हों, 5 में नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था का क्या फायदा है?
किसानों को लेकर क्या कहेंगे? उम्मीद है आपको? कुछ किसानों को राहत मिलेगी।
10 साल में भी कोई उम्मीद नहीं रही, ये साल भी कोई वो नहीं है।
बस हो गया सर। वो कह रहे डेवलप्ड इंडिया हो जाएगा 2040। चलो अच्छा, डेवलप करा दिया।
Previous budgets are anti-people budget and also not pro-poor budget. They are maximum protecting the multinationals and corporates. So this budget also, I don't think that the economic survey also saying that they are not listening to the poor people problems. The poor people are facing so many issues, and because the price rise, unemployment. The previous budgets not address the price rise or unemployment. Common people are not getting any benefit of the previous budgets. This BJP government, Modi governments, they are always protecting the interest of the multinational and corporate.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. #1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we're showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ है.
बहुत performance आई सारा दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Visuals now coming in from Parliament, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just arrived. The cabinet meeting will give the final endorsement to the budget, and thereafter Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will be heading straight to the Lok Sabha to present her 7th consecutive budget. But this is also the 11th budget of the Modi government. We have veteran journalist Aditi Fadnis here. Ma'am, in 2019, there was not much of a difference between the interim budget and the final budget. Are you expecting any changes this time around? Because the political realities have also changed. Here is a coalition government.
Quite right. You are absolutely right. The finance minister said this herself when after she had presented the interim budget. There was hardly any difference between 2019 and interim and final budget. This time, I think we will see substantial difference. As you say, not just because of the changed political reality, but also a slightly altered economic reality as well.
And are you expecting some big announcements, particularly the negotiations which have happened, not behind the scenes, but playing out in full public view between Chandrababu Naidu and the government, where Mr. Naidu was in and out with his wish list?
Yes, of course, and I'm pretty sure that there'll be a substantial package for new cities, because that will cover the creation of the new capital in Andhra Pradesh. There should be an outlay for specifically for the issues that Bihar is facing, and other alliance partners as well. But the issue is not so much that as the macroeconomic challenges that the government is facing, which are translating themselves as political challenges. And the biggest is, of course, unemployment.
Yes. Are you expecting some kind of roadmap to be put out? Because, of course, there are elections around the corner, 3 states going to polls, and these are all 3 very, very crucial states, 2 of which are agrarian as well. So are you expecting some kind of roadmap, particularly to do with employment, to be put out? Because the economic survey also paints a picture in which the challenges on the job front is being clearly spelled out.
Yes, absolutely. And I am expecting women-headed households to get a higher outlay. At this point, women-headed households below the poverty line are getting, I think, an allowance of 3,000 rupees a month. There was before the interim budget, there was a demand that this should be doubled, just as Kisan Samman Nidhi has been doubled. So maybe we will hear that announcement. People are expecting that. And definitely on unemployment, this is a very serious issue which has cropped up repeatedly during the campaign, and the results show that it is one of the biggest challenges.
One of the biggest challenges. Ma'am, continue to be with us because I know you have to head to the, visitors gallery, the press gallery, to listen to the budget. We have Deepshika Kumar Anand, founder and CEO of Speakin, also joining us, and Ashwajit Singh, who's the founder and managing director of IPE Global. I will be coming to both the guests who are joining us, but before that, a word on Nirmala Sitharaman. You have tracked politics as closely you have tracked economics and finance.
Yes, I can't say with equal attention and equal detail, but yes, I've followed politics for a long time. Mrs. Sitharaman has come a very long way since she joined the BJP. I think it was in 2012 or so. From the days that she became a member of the National Commission for Women, till she became the finance minister, possibly nominated by the late Arun Jaitley, who thought that it was time that India got the first woman finance minister. She is very concerned about issues of women and has a definite positive bias about the travails and the trials, tribulations of working women. So we are expecting that this budget will show some of that.
All right. So thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us early morning here on NDTV. We will be going to our guests in just a bit. Slipping into our short break, the cabinet meeting is happening right inside Parliament, and this remains our top focus here on NDTV.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. Janta ko decide karna hai.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility.
Welcome back. Just about 20 odd minutes to go before Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister, presents the union budget. There is an intense focus on this. We've been getting wonderful voices throughout the day. Janmajaya Sinha, co-chairperson of the CIA Economic Affairs Council and chairperson of India of the Boston Consulting Group, with us. Thanks very much, sir, for being with us. Consumption at 4%, economic growth at 8%. How much of the finance minister's focus do you believe will be in trying to bridge the gap between the two?
I'm hoping that the finance minister's focus will continue to be on predictability, prudence, and the clarity with which the last few budgets have actually continued to move forward. So I am hoping that the fiscal deficit, taxes, tariffs, infrastructure spending remains. The consumption is a derived thing. It will come when other things fall in place. The two biggest issues that I feel, there are things which I hope and I expect, which will be continuity. The wish that I have, which may or may not happen, is a clear focus on water. Water is being ignored, I feel, and there is a whole policy arena around water which needs to be funded in the same way and thought about in the same way as infrastructure. I'm not sure anything will happen with that focus. It will help with agriculture, it will help with irrigation, it will make us less dependent on the monsoon. You know, all this will help consumption. The consumption is happening at the pace with which households are actually growing their per capita.
You know, it's interesting that you talk about water, because if we talk about the economy and fail to look at it from a climatic prism, then we run in trouble. So rising weather disruptions, in fact, we're in the middle of it even now, weaker agricultural incomes partly as a result of this, and consequently persistently high food inflation. You know, at many levels, these are all linked. Now, a lot of this is outside the hands of the government immediately. I mean, global warming is a global phenomena. But in terms of a budget, what can we seriously expect to see?
You know, I really do feel that like we have focused on infrastructure, why do we only feel infrastructure is roads and rail and ports and airports? Infrastructure is water. Infrastructure is water.
Yeah.
We cannot run away from it. Desalinization is infrastructure. You know, I mean, there are a bunch of things. Why should it not be under PLI?
Yeah.
So I think water is really important. The other thing is, we keep talking about unemployment. My friend Manish Savarwal has said many times, it's not an unemployment issue, it's a wage issue. Everyone in India is employed. They are not employed in the jobs they want and at the wages they want. That's the issue. And that requires a release from agriculture to come in and get absorbed into the sectors where there is productive demand for them.
All right, we've also got Mr. Ashwajit Singh with us, also Deepshika Kumar Anand, the founder and CEO of Speak IN. Thank you both very much for being with us. Mr. Singh, consumption at 4% is a matter of real concern. If you were the finance minister, what were 2 or 3 steps, or what are 2 or 3 steps which you would look at implementing to boost that?
I think when we talk about consumption, one of the challenges has been the rural consumption. I think that's where we are probably lagging behind. So I would, in any case, be wanting the finance minister to focus a lot on rural development and agriculture as well. Productive agriculture. But when we talk about rural development, I would like to really, see empowering the panchayats a bit more. We spoke about we keep talking about the 73rd, 74th Amendment, but the way we've had infrastructure in the big ticket items, the railways, the ports, as well as, urban infrastructure, and we've got schemes like smart cities as well. I'd like to see some kind of resources being allocated for empowering panchayats, and in turn, that'll empower the rural part of India, because while the PM Kisan and all has been good to give them funds to really get over the COVID crisis, but I think we need to now sustain the growth in the rural economy, and that's where we need to empower panchayats. I'd really like to see some kind of a smart city equivalent panchayat scheme coming up, which a challenge fund or some innovative financing that comes in at the rural level, where panchayats and the rural economy can really get a chance to grow. That's one. Number two, I'd like to look at schemes like the Mudra loan, trying to make entrepreneurs more in the rural economy, so they have that desire to be able to earn money. And the moment you've got money in their hands, you will also sort of come up with the consumption there as well. Innovative financing. The finance minister has been talking about an economic survey, been talking about the need for partnerships and getting the private sector. She spoke about in a 2022 budget about blended finance. I see blended finance as a huge tool and a game changer to really get in. Everybody talks about where is the fund coming from. I think it's time for us to start leveraging the funds we've got rather than trying to find the new avenues for funding. So blended finance is something I'd like to see happening. And there again, blended finance could be in the form of innovative funds, could be in the form of funds which are covering climate, agriculture, health, and rural economy. So I think that's where you will get funding and because consumption is not going to change overnight. It's a slow process. So that's where you'll get funding in the hands of the rural economy as well. And finally, I think when we talk about CSR is something which is being neglected and not being monitored properly. We've announced a social stock exchange a couple of years ago. I would like to see the social stock exchange being actually a funnel or a channel for the CSR funding to go through, and a lot of more schemes in rural economy. That should be part of the CSR funding, which really reaches the rural economy. And I think the moment you go through the social stock exchange, A, you've activated the social stock exchange the way it was supposed to. B, you've leveraged more funding. You've given opportunity to people to join hands through the social stock chain and see you've got specific schemes which can be then independently monitored. And the most important thing is all these schemes need to be monitored for impact on the ground, for evidence on the ground. And I would like to see this budget move from aspiration to acceleration, from promise to delivery, and from ideas to impact.
No, absolutely. In a sense, the social budget is so important, which takes into account the aspirations of people at all sectors of our economy, where what the finance minister actually presents is translated and verified on the ground. Deepshika, let me come across to you. Just going through my notes, and it's a point we've been talking about earlier, but it's so important for our economy. Personal consumption. It's at 4%, we've discussed that, but that's a 20-year low excluding the pandemic year, and household consumption, the survey has seen a decline in urban consumption and also rural consumption. When one talks about India sustaining its economic growth, how important is it for us to fix this, and are there any immediate solutions?
I think the immediate, hi Vishnu, I think the most immediate solutions lie with the lowest hanging fruit. I think a lot has been spoken about MSMEs. My recommendation would be, number one, to look at MSMEs as the primary source of mobilizing the consumption pattern in the country. I think one of your panelists talked about that it is the MSMEs and the self-employed which are nearly forming 80% of the financial movement or the economic movement in the country. Solving that's a puzzle, that's a problem statement, I think, which requires a solution for years. A lot has been done. Digitization, I mean, you see the briefcase moving to a tablet now, and that has been translated into a lot what we have seen on ground. But still, compliances are way too many. Governance is not transparent. It is not simple. We need a single window treatment for companies, say, for example, under a certain threshold of revenue and beyond. Similarly, one big part, consumption is directly related to the employment and therefore, and that kind of, falls back on the skilling problem. In terms of employment, there is no incentive today for organization. I mean, we have, you mentioned that one of the prominent political parties talked about, you commit to a certain wage, you commit to a certain, numbers or bare minimum. It's not possible. Even the corporate world is bleeding. MSMEs spend nearly 17 to 18% of their top line on just management of these financials over and above the tax that we pay. So I think that is the biggest problem that one needs to solve. And then, of course, into skilling and women would be the third part that I would want to address.
Sure, Deepshika, I just want to remind our viewers to hang on because we've got 10 minutes left for the union budget. We've also got two wonderful guests with us. Vineet Mittal, chairperson of the Avada Group. He's also the chairperson of the CII Task Force on Green Hydrogen. There's so much to talk about that. And we've got Vaishali Nigam Sinha, co-founder and chairperson Sustainability at Renew. Vaishali, let me come to you first. In terms of, the green economy and the need for promoting renewables, it's not just talk, which it was a couple of years back. You actually want a lot of specifics in the budget. What would some of those be?
Yeah, hi. Thanks for having me, Vishnu. I think we are in a great sector. I think the government has really made sure we've had a strong foundation over the last decade, and it's time, as you rightly say, to double-click on specifics so that we can accelerate the growth, especially in the new sectors, new areas, like green hydrogen, as you mentioned, offshore wind, battery storage, etc. So, so if I could say some tax incentives, I guess, for the corporate sector to, for example, for battery storage, if we can have the GST at a standard of 5%, and it's currently at 15%, if I'm not wrong. So things like that. I think people don't really understand green hydrogen as well. Yeah. So perhaps some incentives for R&D, etc., which can be done for offshore as well, so that there's greater understanding. Also, the technology for green hydrogen is outside. So incentives for us to set up in India would be very useful. I feel on the ESG, if I could wear my ESG hat, I think management of machinery is critical to minimize emissions as we, kind of take off on this Make in India journey. So perhaps some allowances and some depreciation incentives so that we are decreasing our carbon emission and managing our machinery well. It will also help in our ESG reporting framework globally and in India as it's being sort of modified. So these are some of the things I can think of. For example, a great announcement was made in the interim budget by the finance minister on the solar rooftop scheme.
Yes.
But when you go and talk to people, it's great, and people who are going for the free rooftop,
Yes.
Bijli, I mean, the 1.5-2 lakhs of investment in rural India is a lot of money, and the sort of the, kind of money is coming to them, or the subsidy about 3 or 4 years afterwards. Can we sort of front end it, and can people get that money in their hands so that we can then accelerate this at an individual level of sort of sustainable cultural transformation which we want to see in our country
absolutely.
as well.
In fact, Mr. Mittal, let's talk a little bit about green hydrogen. How is green hydrogen needed for us to make it a reality sooner than later? Because so much of our economic prospects going forward depends on green hydrogen being available at a price that works with technology that's reliable.
So if you look at green hydrogen is relatively new topic. We used to hear from industry that there is no way to decarbonize steel, copper, aluminum, cement or mobility. Now the good news is that technology exists which can produce at scale green ammonia, green methanol, sustainable aviation fuel. What it needs is the same support which solar and wind got it in its startup days. So if Modi ji would have not started 15 rupees PPA in Gujarat for 1000 megawatt, we would not be sitting here and claiming that we have 195 gigawatt of green power today. So like that, I think government needs to have a bigger heart, and mandate has to come in where green hydrogen purchase obligation like renewable purchase obligation should be made on the obligated industry. And like we have the ethanol mix in the mobility, today Government of India, Indian Institute of Science and there is a South Indian truck company, they made engines which run 100% on methanol. Indian Oil is running a program since last 18 months in Tinsukia where they are mixing it, the methanol which they are producing, though it's grey methanol, with the fuel. So methanol doesn't require so much of subsidy, so green methanol 15% should be made mandatory. At least it will reduce our import bill and reduce our foreign exchange outgo. Secondly, we have one of the largest importer of ammonia. We import around 5-6 million tons of ammonia from other country. Even that import substitution with subsidy for the next decade for green ammonia would be transformative. So what is needed is that there are solutions, there are technology which are scalable. There are tens of players now in the industry who have the capability, know-how, team, financing to do it. But the challenge is that the government is trying to do, they have a clear 5 million ton per annum of green hydrogen mandate, which means 30 million tons of green hydrogen, which means 125 gigawatt of solar and wind. But then the implementation plan has to kick in where the industry which are going to be consumer, they should be incentivized through the renewable purchase obligation to do it. And second thing which is very essential, that in our country we all talk about that we worship Surya God and Dharti is Mata, and then we become kaput and keep spoiling it. And I've spoken on your October event which you do for the whole day, is that we have the solution locally. Now we have abundance of solar, wind, storage, pumped storage, which is in abundance. Use all of them and start creating the level playing field. Like thermal power today is at 6 rupees plus tariff. Capex is around 11 crore per megawatt. Solar, wind and hybrid along with storage can give round the clock green power 24/7. It should be mandated compulsorily by the state government that the future has to be green.
No, absolutely. And I just wanted to bring in Vaishali for one more question on this. In as much as we are talking about what needs to be done in the renewable sector, if you look at India and our overall presence in terms of our obligations internationally, by 2030 and going forward, we're actually doing a fairly good job, much better than several other countries. So in terms of where we are, how is it important to keep up the impetus that's been built up?
Exactly, and I was just thinking about this when Vineet was making some great points. The fact is that I think this internal approach of comparing with what we did with respect to solar and wind, which we did an amazing job. I think we are the third largest in the space, as you pointed out.
Set to grow.
And set to grow 3 times over. So, and from 15 gigawatts, I think a couple of years ago, year on year, we're looking at 50 gigawatts year on year as we go, and perhaps more. So, I think the targets keep surprising us in a positive way and give us work to do every day. But the important thing is our mindset really, and as our Prime Minister has rightly pointed out, we're looking at one world, one sun, and one earth, etc. We really need to be mindful of the fact that we're competing with the world at large.
Right.
So the IRA in the US is offering subsidies on green hydrogen, which are 3 times that of what we are doing in India. So we really have to keep our eye on the ball with respect to what we are doing in India with respect to the rest of the world. It's not an internal game as much as it's an international game. It is a global energy transition and a climate emergency.
Okay, Vaishali, 1 second, hold on. We've got 3 minutes left. We've got 2.5 minutes left. So I'm going to interrupt you to state in 30 seconds your expectations, and I'll try and go through the panel.
Let me just pick up the cue from...
No, you've got 30 seconds. You have to give us 2 budget expectations.
Rationalization of tax rates to make sure that there is more disposable income. We haven't seen increase in threshold for last several years. And 2, a roadmap for bringing a revenue neutral GST rate. It's not a part of the budget exercise, but it could be a part of the agenda for the next GST Council or the next GST Council, such that you increase consumption. So it's a consumption story.
2 budget expectations.
Definite measures to increase overseas investor interest, including things which will help the sector that Vaishali was talking about, extension of tax benefits for sovereign and pension funds for investing in India in the infrastructure space. So that is one. Second, borrow the Ishopnishad quote from the economic survey. The government should give up a little bit of its power and let the private sector work. And I do want to see a directional trend towards that. That's also something which fits in with the philosophy of this government.
So you literally have 30 seconds left.
Okay,
So Vaishali, start.
I'll take less than 30 seconds just to, I think we just need to boost what we are doing and to accelerate, I think, our targets to get to a Viksit Bharat, to build a green sort of economy as we move along. Please don't forget women. We need an inclusive growth. So I have to make that point, given that my colleagues here on the panel sometimes forget to do that.
No, and in terms of realizing our demographic dividend, it's something that's essential. It's a no-brainer. Without a greater participation of women at our economy, and so none of these economic goals we have will ever work out. 2 points quickly, sir. So it's already 11 o'clock.
So I would say
you're eating into the finance minister's time, but she's not started. Go ahead.
Build 100 gigawatt of transmission network if they want to succeed, and plan the capex for that. 15% at least capex increase on entire infrastructure spend. And third area is that women-owned, women-operated company should have an income tax of 15%, so that there is an incentive for families and the whole social structure to encourage them.
All right, well, it's 11 o'clock. House proceedings shortly. That's Lok Sabha TV that you see in the box in the center. So I wonder if Nirmala Sitharaman, who is very much a pro at this by now, has any sort of sense of being a little nervous. But that's perhaps not the case. Will this be a political budget? Will it be a budget in continuity? Will it be a budget that really pushes growth? Will private consumption be really stepped up? We've got the speaker come out right now, and we're going to cross over now and wait for the finance minister to present the Union Budget of India 2024.
माननीय सदस्यगण, मुझे अपनी ओर से तथा सदन के माननीय सदस्यों की ओर से अंतर संसदीय संघ आईपीयू की प्रेसिडेंट और तंजानिया संयुक्त गणराज्य की नेशनल असेंबली के अध्यक्ष माननीय डॉक्टर तुलिया एक्सन का स्वागत करते हुए अत्यंत प्रसन्नता हो रही है। वे हमारी सम्मानित अतिथि के रूप में भारत की आधिकारिक यात्रा पर आई है। ये हमारे लिए खुशी की बात है कि डॉक्टर एक्सन बजट सत्र को देखने के लिए यहाँ उपस्थित है। माननीय डॉक्टर तुलिया एक्सन शुक्रवार दिनांक 19 जुलाई 2024 को भारत पहुंची। उन्होंने 21 जुलाई 2024 को आगरा का भ्रमण किया और इस समय वह विशेष बॉक्स में आसीन है। हम भारत में उनके सुखद और सफल प्रवास की कामना करते हैं। हम अंतर संसदीय संघ के प्रेसिडेंट के रूप में उनकी भूमिका के लिए सफलता की भी कामना करते हैं। उनके माध्यम से हम तंजानिया गणराज्य की संसद के सदस्यों, तंजानिया की सरकार तथा वहाँ की मित्र जनता को बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देते हैं। मान्य सदस्यगण, जैसा कि आपको समाचार भाग 2 के माध्यम से पहले ही सूचित किया जा चुका है कि माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की प्रतियां हार्ड कॉपी के रूप में उपलब्ध कराई जाएगी। अतः बजट प्रस्तुत हो जाने के पश्चात माननीय सदस्य कृपया बजट भाषण की अपनी अपनी प्रति प्रकाशन काउंटर से प्राप्त कर लें। आपको ये भी सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय मंत्री द्वारा बजट प्रस्तुत किए जाने के पश्चात बजट की प्रतियां आपको मेंबर्स पोर्टल के माध्यम से भी उपलब्ध करा दी जाएगी। माननीय वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमण।
Honorable Speaker, I present the budget for 24-25. Introduction. The people of India have reposed their faith in the government led by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and re-elected it for a historic third term under his leadership. We are grateful for their support, faith, and trust in our policies. We are determined to ensure that all Indians, regardless of religion, caste, gender, and age, make substantial progress in realizing their life goals and aspirations. Global context. The global economy, while performing better than expected, is still in the grip of policy uncertainties. Elevated asset prices, political uncertainties, and shipping disruptions continue to pose significant downside risks for growth and upside risks to inflation. In this context, India's economic growth continues to be the shining exception and will remain so in the years ahead. India's inflation continues to be low, stable, and moving towards the 4% target. Core inflation, that is non-food and non-fuel, currently is 3.1%. Steps are being taken to ensure supplies of perishable goods reach markets adequately. Interim budget. As mentioned in the interim budget, we need to focus on 4 major castes, namely the Garib, Mahilaye, Yuva, and Annadata, the poor, women, youth, and the farmer. For Annadata, we announced higher minimum support prices a month ago for all major crops, delivering on the promise of at least a 50% margin over costs. Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana was extended for 5 years, benefiting more than 80 crore people. Administrative actions for approval and implementation of various schemes announced in the interim budget are well underway. The required allocations have been made. Budget theme. Turning attention to the full year and beyond in this budget, we particularly focus on employment, skilling, MSMEs, and the middle class. I'm happy to announce the Prime Minister's package of 5 schemes and initiatives to facilitate employment, skilling, and other opportunities for 4.1 crore youth over a 5-year period, with a central outlay of 2 lakh crore rupees. I will speak about them shortly, while more details may be seen in the annexure. This year, I've made a provision of 1.48 lakh rupees, 1.48 lakh crore rupees for education, employment, and skilling. Budget priorities. The people have given a unique opportunity to our government to take the country on the path of strong development and an all-round prosperity. In the interim budget, we promise to present a detailed roadmap for our pursuit of Vikasit Bharat. In line with the strategy set out in the interim budget, this budget envisages sustained efforts on the following 9 priorities for generating ample opportunities for all. Number 1, productivity and resilience in agriculture. Number 2, employment and skilling. Number 3, inclusive human resource development and social justice. 4, manufacturing and services. 5, urban development. 6, energy security. 7, infrastructure. 8, innovation, research and development. And 9, next generation reforms. Subsequent budgets will build on these and add more priorities and actions. A more detailed formulation will be carried out as part of the economic policy framework, about which I will speak later in this speech. This budget details some of the specific actions to be initiated in the current year towards fulfillment of these priorities, with potential for transformative changes. The budget also covers some of the previously made announcements with intent to strengthen them and step up their implementation for expediting our journey towards the goal of Vikasit Bharat. Priority 1, productivity and resilience in agriculture. Transforming agricultural research. Our government will undertake a comprehensive review of the agricultural research setup to bring the focus on raising productivity and developing climate-resilient varieties. Funding will be provided in challenge mode, including to the private sector. Domain experts, both from the government and outside, will oversee the conduct of such research. Release of new varieties. New 109 high-yielding and climate-resilient varieties of 32 field and horticultural crops will be released for cultivation by farmers. Natural farming. In the next 2 years, 1 crore farmers across the country will be initiated into natural farming, supported by certification and branding. Implementation will be through scientific institutions and willing gram panchayats. 10,000 need-based bio-input resource centers will be established. Missions for pulses and oilseeds. For achieving self-sufficiency in pulses and oilseeds, we will strengthen their production, storage, and marketing. As announced in the interim budget, a strategy is being put in place to achieve Atmanirbharta for oilseeds such as mustard, groundnut, sesame, soybean, and sunflower. Vegetable production and supply chains. Large-scale clusters for vegetable production will be developed closer to major consumption centers. We will promote farmer-producer organizations, cooperatives, and startups for vegetable supply chains, including for collection and storage and marketing. Digital public infrastructure for agriculture. Buoyed by the success of the pilot project, our government, in partnership with the states, will facilitate the implementation of the digital public infrastructure in agriculture for coverage of farmers and their lands in 3 years. During this year, digital crop survey for Kharif using the DPI will be taken up in 400 districts. The details of 6 crore farmers and their lands will be brought into the farmer and land registries. Further, the issuance of Jan Samarth based Kisan credit cards will be enabled in 5 states. Shrimp production and export. Financial support for setting up a network of nucleus breeding centers for shrimp brood stocks will be provided. Financing for shrimp farming, processing, and export will be facilitated through NABARD. National cooperation policy. Our government will bring out a national cooperation policy for systematic, orderly, and all-round development of the cooperative sector, fast-tracking growth of rural economy and generation of employment opportunities on a large scale will be the policy goal. This year, I have made a provision of 1.52 lakh crore rupees for agriculture and allied sectors. Priority 2, employment and skilling. Employment-linked incentive. Our government will implement following 3 schemes for employment-linked incentive as part of the Prime Minister's package. These will be based on enrollment in the EPFO and focus on recognition of first-time employees and support to employees and employers. Scheme A, first-timers. This scheme will provide 1 month wage to all persons newly entering the workforce in all formal sectors. Direct benefit transfer of 1 month's salary in 3 installments to first-time employees as registered in the EPFO will be up to 15,000 rupees. The eligibility limit will be a salary of 1 lakh per month. The scheme is expected to benefit 210 lakh youths. Scheme B, job creation in manufacturing. This scheme will incentivize additional employment in the manufacturing sector linked to the employment of first-time employees. An incentive will be provided at specified scale directly both to the employee and the employer with respect to the EPFO contribution in the first 4 years of employment. The scheme is expected to benefit 30 lakh youth entering employment and their employers. Scheme C, support to employers. This employer-focused scheme will cover additional employment in all sectors. All additional employment within a salary of 1 lakh rupee per month will be counted. The government will reimburse to employers up to 3,000 rupees per month for 2 years towards the EPFO contribution for each additional employee. The scheme is expected to incentivize additional employment of 50 lakh persons. Participation of women in the workforce. We will facilitate higher participation of women in the workforce through setting up of working women hostels in collaboration with industry and establishing creches. In addition, the partnership will seek to organize women-specific skilling programs and promotion of market access for women SHG enterprises. Skilling program. I'm happy to announce a new centrally sponsored scheme as the fourth scheme under the Prime Minister's package for skilling in collaboration with state governments and industry. 20 lakh youth will be skilled over a 5-year period. $1,000 industrial training institutes will be upgraded in hub and spoke arrangements with outcome orientation. Course content and design will be aligned to the skill needs of industry, and new courses will be introduced for emerging needs. Skilling loans. The model skill loan scheme will be revised to facilitate loans up to 7.5 lakh rupees with a guarantee from a government-promoted fund. This measure is expected to help 25,000 students every year. Education loans. For helping our youth who have not been eligible for any benefit under government schemes and policies, I am happy to announce a financial support for loans up to 10 lakh rupees for higher education in domestic institutions. E-vouchers for this purpose. E-vouchers for this purpose will be given directly to 1 lakh students every year for annual interest subvention of 3% of the loan amount. Priority 3, inclusive human resource development and social justice, saturation approach. Our government is committed to all-round, all-pervasive and all-inclusive development of people, particularly farmers, youth, women, and the poor. For achieving social justice comprehensively, the saturation approach of covering all eligible people through various programs, including those for education and health, will be adopted to empower them by improving their capabilities. Implementation of schemes meant for supporting economic activities by craftsmen, artisans, self-help groups, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and women entrepreneurs and street vendors such as the PM Vishwakarma, PM Swanidhi, National Livelihood Missions, and Stand Up India will be stepped up. Purvodaya. The states in the eastern part of the country are rich in endowments and have strong cultural traditions. We will formulate a plan, Purvodaya, for the all-round development of the eastern region of the country, covering Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha, and Andhra Pradesh. This will cover human resource development, infrastructure, and generation of economic opportunities to make the region an engine to attain Vikasit Bharat. On the Amritsar-Kolkata Industrial Corridor, we will support development of an industrial node at Gaya. This corridor will catalyze industrial development of the eastern region. The industrial node at Gaya will also be a good model for developing our ancient centers of cultural importance into future centers of modern economy. This model shall showcase Vikas B, Virasat B in our growth trajectory. We will also support development of road connectivity projects, namely 1. Patna-Purnia Expressway, 2. Buxar-Bhagalpur Expressway, 3. Bodh Gaya, Rajgir, Vaishali and Darbhanga spurs, and 4. Additional 2-lane bridge over River Ganga at Buxar at a total cost of 26,000 crore rupees. Power projects, including setting up of a new 2,400 megawatt power plant at Pir Painti, will be taken up at a cost of 21,400 crore rupees. New airports, medical colleges, and sports infrastructure in Bihar will be constructed. An additional allocation to support capital investments will be provided. The requests of Bihar government for external assistance from multilateral development banks will be expedited. Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act. Our government has made concerted efforts to fulfill the commitments in Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act. Recognizing the state's need for the capital, recognizing the state's need for a capital, we will facilitate special financial support through multilateral development agencies. In the current financial year, 15,000 crore rupees will be arranged with additional amounts in future years. Our government is fully committed to financing and early completion of the Polavaram irrigation project, which is the lifeline for Andhra Pradesh and its farmers. This will facilitate our country's food security as well. Under the Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act, for promoting industrial development, funds will be provided for essential infrastructure such as water, power, railways, and roads in Kopparthi node on the Visakhapatnam-Chennai Industrial Corridor and Varavakal node on the Hyderabad-Bangalore Industrial Corridor. An additional allocation will be provided this year towards capital investment for economic growth. Grants for backward regions of Rayalaseema, Prakasham, North Coastal Andhra, as stated in the Act, will be provided. Yojana, 3 crore additional houses under the PM Awas Yojana in rural and urban areas in the country have been announced, for which the necessary allocations are being made. Women-led development. For promoting women-led development, the budget carries an allocation of more than 3 lakh crore for schemes benefiting women and girls. This signals our government's commitment for enhancing women's role in economic development. Pradhan Mantri Janjatiya Unnat Gram Abhiyan. For improving the socio-economic condition of tribal communities, we will launch the Pradhan Mantri Janjatiya Unnat Gram Abhiyan by adopting saturation coverage for tribal families in tribal majority villages and aspirational districts. This will cover 63,000 villages, benefiting 5 crore tribal people. Bank branches in northeastern region. More than 100 branches of India Post Payment Bank will be set up in the northeast region to expand the banking services. This year, I have made a provision of 2.66 lakh crore rupees for rural development, including rural infrastructure. Priority 4, manufacturing and services, support for promotion of MSMEs. This budget provides special attention to MSMEs and manufacturing, particularly labor-intensive manufacturing. We have formulated a package covering financing, regulatory changes, and technology support for MSMEs to help them grow and also compete globally, as mentioned in the interim budget. I am happy to announce the following specific measures. Credit guarantee scheme for MSMEs in the manufacturing sector. For facilitating term loans to MSMEs for purchase of machinery and equipment without collateral or third-party guarantee, a credit guarantee scheme will be introduced. The scheme will operate on pooling of credit risks of such MSMEs. A separately constituted self-financing guarantee fund will provide to each applicant guarantee cover up to 100 crore rupees, while the loan amount may be larger. The borrower will have to provide an upfront guarantee fee and an annual guarantee fee on the reducing loan balance. New assessment model for MSME credit. Public sector banks will build their own in-house capability to assess MSMEs for credit instead of relying on external assessment. They will also take a lead in developing or getting developed a new credit assessment model based on the scoring of digital footprints of the MSMEs in the economy. This is expected to be a significant improvement over the traditional assessment of credit eligibility based only on asset or turnover criteria. That will also cover MSMEs without a formal accounting system. Credit support to MSMEs during stress period. I'm happy to announce a new mechanism for facilitating continuation of bank credit to MSMEs during their stress period while being in special mention account, SMA stage, for reasons beyond their control. MSMEs need credit to continue their business and to avoid getting into the NPA stage. Credit availability will be supported through a guarantee from a government-promoted fund. Mudra loans. The limit of Mudra loans will be enhanced to 20 lakh from the current 10 lakh for those entrepreneurs who have availed and successfully repaid previous loans under the Tarun category. Enhanced scope for mandatory onboarding in trades. For facilitating MSMEs to unlock their working capital by converting their trade receivables into cash, I propose to reduce the turnover threshold of buyers for mandatory onboarding on the trades platform from rupees 500 crore to 250 crore rupees. This measure will bring 22 more CPSCs and 7,000 more companies onto the platform. Medium enterprises will also be included in the scope of the suppliers. SIDBI branches in MSME clusters. SIDBI will open new branches to expand its reach to serve all major MSME clusters within 3 years and provide direct credit to them. With the opening of 24 such branches this year, the service coverage will expand to 168 out of 242 major clusters. MSME units for food irradiation, quality and safety testing. Financial support for setting up of 50 multi-product food irradiation units in the MSME sector will be provided. Setting up of 100 food quality and safety testing labs with NABL accreditation will be facilitated. E-commerce export hubs to enable MSMEs and traditional artisans to sell their products in international markets. E-commerce export hubs will be set up in public-private partnership mode. These hubs, under a seamless regulatory and logistic framework, will facilitate trade and export-related services under one roof. Measures for promotion of manufacturing and services. Internship in top companies. As the fifth scheme under Prime Minister's package, our government will launch a comprehensive scheme for providing internship opportunities in 500 top companies to 1 crore youth in 5 years. They will gain exposure for 12 months to real-life business environment, varied professions, and employment opportunities. An internship allowance of 5,000 per month, 5,000 rupees per month, along with a one-time assistance of 6,000 rupees will be provided. Companies will be expected to bear the training cost and 10% of their internship cost from their CSR funds. Industrial parks. Our government will facilitate development of investment-ready, plug-and-play industrial parks with complete infrastructure in or near 100 cities in partnership with the states and private sector by better using town planning schemes. 12 industrial parks under the National Industrial Corridor Development Program also will be sanctioned.
Veggie paper, no. Please, Patty.
Rental housing with dormitory type accommodation for industrial workers will be, just 1 minute. Rental housing, I repeat, rental housing with dormitory type accommodation for industrial workers will be facilitated in PPP mode with VGF support and commitment from anchor industries. Shipping industry, ownership, leasing, and flagging reforms will be implemented to improve the share of Indian shipping industry and generate more employment. Critical mineral mission. We will set up a critical mineral mission for domestic production, recycling of critical minerals, and overseas acquisition of critical mineral assets. Its mandate will include technology development, skilled workforce, extended producer responsibility framework, and a suitable financing mechanism. Offshore mining of minerals. Our government will launch the auction of the first tranche of offshore blocks for mining, building on the exploration already carried out. Digital public infrastructure applications. Turning to the services sector, I propose development of DPI applications at population scale for productivity gains, business opportunities, and innovation by the private sector. These are planned in the areas of credit, e-commerce, education, health, law and justice, logistics, MSME service delivery, and urban governance. Integrated technology platform for IBC ecosystem. An integrated technology platform will be set up for improving the outcomes under the Insolvency Bankruptcy Code for achieving consistency, transparency, timely processing, and better oversight for all stakeholders. Voluntary closure of LLPs. The services of the Center for Processing Accelerated Corporate Exit, CPACE, will be extended for voluntary closure of LLPs to reduce the closure times. National Company Law Tribunals. The IBC has resolved more than 1,000 companies, resulting in direct recovery of 3.3 lakh crore to creditors. 3.3 lakh crore rupees to creditors. In addition, 28,000 cases involving over 10 lakh crore rupees have been disposed of even prior to admission. Appropriate changes to the IBC, reforms and strengthening of the tribunal and appellate tribunals will be initiated to speed up insolvency resolution. Additional tribunals will be established. Out of those, some will be notified to decide cases exclusively under the Companies Act. Debt recovery. Steps for reforming and strengthening debt recovery tribunals will be taken. Additional tribunals will be established to speed up recovery. Priority 5, urban development. Cities as growth hubs. Working with states, our government will facilitate development of cities as growth hubs. This will be achieved through economic and transit planning and orderly development of peri-urban areas utilizing town planning schemes. Creative redevelopment of cities. For creative brownfield redevelopment of existing cities with a transformative impact, our government will formulate a framework for enabling policies, market-based mechanisms, and regulation. Transit-oriented development. Transit-oriented development plans for 14 large cities with a population above 30 lakh will be formulated, along with an implementation and financing strategy. Urban housing. Under the PM Awas Yojana, Urban 2.0, housing needs of 1 crore urban poor and middle-class families will be addressed with an investment of 10 lakh crore rupees. This will include the central assistance of 2.2 lakh crore rupees in the next 5 years. A provision of interest subsidy to facilitate loans at affordable rates is also envisaged. In addition, enabling policies and regulations for efficient and transparent rental housing markets with enhanced availability will also be put in place. water supply and sanitation. In partnership with state governments and multilateral development banks, we will promote water supply, sewage treatments, and solid waste management projects and services for 100 large cities through bankable projects. These projects will also envisage use of treated water for irrigation and filling up of tanks in nearby areas. Street markets. Building on the success of PM Swanidhi scheme in transforming the lives of street vendors, our government envisions a scheme to support each year, over the next 5 years, the development of 100 weekly hearts or street food hubs in select cities. Stamp duty. We will encourage states which continue to charge high stamp duty to moderate the rates for all and also consider further lowering duties for properties purchased by women. This reform will be made an essential component of urban development schemes. Priority 6, energy security, energy transition. In the interim budget, I had announced our strategy to sustain high and more resource-efficient economic growth, along with the energy security in terms of availability, accessibility, and affordability. We will bring out a policy document on appropriate energy transition pathways that balances the imperatives of employment, growth, and environmental sustainability. PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. In line with the announcement in the interim budget, PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana has been launched to install rooftop solar plants to enable 1 crore households obtain free electricity up to 300 units every month. The scheme has generated remarkable response with more than 1.28 crore registrations and 14 lakh applications, and we will further encourage it. Pumped storage policy. A policy for promoting pumped storage projects will be brought out for electricity storage and facilitating smooth integration of the growing share of renewable energy with its variable and intermittent nature in the overall energy mix. Research and development of small and modular nuclear reactors. Nuclear energy is expected to form a very significant part of the energy mix for Vikasit Bharat. Towards that pursuit, our government will partner with the private sector for 1. Setting up Bharat Small Reactors, 2. Research and development of Bharat Small Modular Reactor, and 3. Research and development of newer technologies for nuclear energy. The R&D funding announced in the interim budget will be made available for this sector also. Advanced ultra supercritical thermal power plants. The development of indigenous technology for advanced ultra supercritical thermal power plants with much higher efficiency has been completed. A joint venture between NTPC and BHEL will set up a full-scale 800 megawatt commercial plant using AUSC technology. The government will provide the required fiscal support. Moving forward, development of indigenous capacity for the production of high-grade steel and other advanced metallurgy materials for these plants will result in strong spin-off benefits for the economy. Roadmap for hard-to-abate industries. A roadmap for moving the hard-to-abate industries from energy efficiency targets to emission targets will be formulated. Appropriate regulations for transition of these industries from the current perform, achieve, and trade mode to Indian carbon market mode will be put in place. Support to traditional micro and small industries. An investment-grade energy audit of traditional micro and small industries in 60 clusters, including brass and ceramic, will be facilitated. Financial support will be provided for shifting them to cleaner forms of energy and implementation of energy efficiency measures. The scheme will be replicated in another 100 clusters in the next phase. Priority 7, infrastructure investment by central government. Significant investment the central government has made over the years in building and improving infrastructure has had a strong multiplier effect on the economy. We will endeavor to maintain strong fiscal support for infrastructure over the next 5 years in conjunction with imperatives of other priorities and fiscal consolidation. This year, I have provided 11,11,111 crore rupees for capital expenditure. This would be 3.4% of our GDP. Infrastructure investment by state governments. We will encourage states to provide support of similar scale for infrastructure, subject to their development priorities. A provision of 1.5 lakh crore rupees for long-term interest-free loans have been made this year also to support the states in their resource allocation. Private investment in infrastructure. Investment in infrastructure by private sector will be promoted through viability gap funding and enabling policies and regulations. A market-based financing framework will be brought out. Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, Phase 4 of the PMGSY will be launched to provide all-weather connectivity to 25,000 rural habitations, which have become eligible in view of their population increase. Irrigation and flood mitigation. Bihar has frequently suffered from floods, many of them originating outside the country. Plans to build flood control structures in Nepal are yet to progress. Our government, through the Accelerated Irrigation Benefit Program and other sources, will provide financial support for projects with estimated cost of 11,500 crore rupees, such as the Kosi-Michi intra-state link and 20 other ongoing and new schemes, including barrages, river pollution abatement, and irrigation projects. In addition, survey and investigation of Kosi-related flood mitigation and irrigation projects will be undertaken. Assam grapples with floods every year by the Brahmaputra river and its tributaries originating outside India. We will provide assistance to Assam for flood management and related projects. Himachal Pradesh suffered extensive losses due to floods last year. Our government will provide assistance to the state for reconstruction and rehabilitation through multilateral development assistance. Uttarakhand too suffered losses due to cloudbursts and massive landslides. We will provide assistance to the state. Recently, Sikkim witnessed devastating flash floods and landslides that wreaked havoc across the state. Our government will provide assistance to the state. Tourism has always been a part of our civilization. Our efforts in positioning India as a global tourist destination will also create jobs, stimulate investments, and unlock economic opportunities for other sectors. In addition to the measures outlined in the interim budget, I propose the following measures. Vishnupad Temple at Gaya and Mahabodhi Temple at Bodh Gaya in Bihar are of immense spiritual significance. Comprehensive development of Vishnupad Temple Corridor and Mahabodhi Temple Corridor will be supported, modeled on the successful Kashi Vishwanath Temple Corridor to transform them into world-class pilgrim and tourist destinations. Rajgir holds immense religious significance for Hindus, Buddhists and Jains. The 20th Tirthankara Muniswarata temple in the Jain temple complex is ancient. The Saptarishi or the 7 hot springs form a warm water Brahmkund that is sacred. A comprehensive development initiative for Rajgir will be undertaken. Our government will support the development of Nalanda as a tourist center, besides reviving Nalanda University to its glorious stature. Odisha's scenic beauty, temples, monuments, craftsmanship, wildlife sanctuaries, natural landscapes, and pristine beaches make it an ultimate tourism destination. Our government will provide assistance for their development to Odisha as well. Priority 8, innovation, research, and development. We will operationalize the Anusandhan National Research Fund for basic research and prototype development. Further, we will set up a mechanism for spurring private sector-driven research and innovation at commercial scale with a financing pool of 1 lakh crore rupees in line with the announcement in the interim budget. Space economy. With our continued emphasis on expanding the space economy by 5 times in the next 10 years, a venture capital fund of 1,000 crore rupees will be set up. Priority 9, next generation reforms. Economic policy framework. We will formulate an economic policy framework to delineate the overarching approach to economic development and set the scope of the next generation of reforms for facilitating employment opportunities and sustaining high growth. Our government will initiate and incentivize reforms for 1. Improving productivity of factors of production, and 2. Facilitating markets and sectors to become more efficient. These reforms will cover all factors of production, namely land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship, and technology as an enabler of improving total factor productivity and bridging inequality. Effective implementation of several of these reforms requires collaboration between the center and the states, and building consensus as development of the country lies in development of the states. For promoting competitive federalism and incentivizing states for faster implementation of reforms, I propose to earmark a significant part of the 50-year interest-free loan. Working with the states, we will initiate the following reforms. Land-related reforms and actions, both in the rural and urban areas, will cover land administration, will cover 1. Land administration, planning and management, and 2. Urban planning usage and building bylaws. These will be incentivized for completion within the next 3 years through appropriate fiscal support. Rural land-related actions. Rural land-related actions will include 1. Assignment of unique land parcel identification number, UL PIN, or Bhu Aadhaar for all lands. 2. Digitization of cadastral maps. 3. Survey of subdivisions, survey of map subdivisions as per current ownership. 4. Establishment of land registry. And 5. Linking to the farmers registry. These actions will also facilitate credit flow and other agricultural services. Urban land-related actions. Land records in urban areas will be digitized with GIS mapping. An IT-based system for property record administration, updating, and tax administration will be established. These will also facilitate improving the financial position of urban local bodies. Labor-related reforms. Services to labor. Our government will facilitate the provision of a wide array of services to labor, including those for employment and skilling. A comprehensive integration of e-Shram portal with other portals will facilitate such one-stop solution. Open architecture databases for the rapidly changing labor market, skill requirements, and available job roles, and a mechanism to connect job aspirants with potential employers and skill providers will be covered in these services. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal will be revamped to enhance ease of compliance for industry and trade. Capital and entrepreneurship related reforms, financial sector vision and strategy. For meeting financing needs of the economy, our government will bring out a financial sector vision and strategy document to prepare the sector in terms of size, capacity, and skills. This will set the agenda for the next 5 years and guide the work of the government, regulators, financial institutions, and market participants. Taxonomy for climate finance. We will develop taxonomy for climate finance for enhancing the availability of capital for climate adaptation and mitigation. This will support achievement of the country's climate commitments and green transition. Variable capital company structure. We will seek the required legislative approval for providing an efficient and flexible mode for financing leasing of aircrafts and ships and pooled funds of private equity through a variable company structure. Foreign direct investments and overseas investment. The rules and regulations for foreign direct investment and overseas investments will be simplified to 1. Facilitate foreign direct investments, 2. Nudge prioritization, and 3. Promote opportunities for using Indian rupee as a currency for overseas investment. NPS Vatsalya. NPS Vatsalya, a plan for contribution by parents and guardians for minors, will be started. On attaining the age of majority, the plan can be converted seamlessly into a normal NPS account. Use of technology. We have successfully used technology for improving productivity and bridging inequality in our economy during the past 10 years. Public investment in digital infrastructure and innovations by the private sector have helped in improving access of all citizens, particularly the common people, to market resources, education, health and services. We will step up adoption of technology towards digitalization of the economy. Ease of doing business. For enhancing ease of doing business, we are already working on the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0. Further, states will be incentivized for implementation of the business reforms, action plans, and digitalization. Data and statistics. For improving data governance, collection, processing and management of data and statistics, different sectoral databases, including those established under the Digital India Mission, will be utilized with active use of technology tools. New pension scheme. The committee to review the NPS has made considerable progress in its work. I'm happy that the staff side of the National Council of the Joint Consultative Machinery for Central Government Employees has taken a constructive approach. A solution will be evolved which addresses the relevant issues while maintaining fiscal prudence to protect the common citizens. Budget estimates for 24-25. For the year 24-25, total receipts other than borrowings and the total expenditure are estimated at 32.07 lakh crore rupees and 48.21 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 25.83 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP. The gross and the net market borrowings through dated securities during 24-25 are estimated at 14.01 lakh crore rupees and 11.63 lakh crore rupees respectively. Both will be less than that in 23-24. The fiscal consolidation path announced by me in 2021 has served our economy very well, and we aim to reach the deficit below 4.5% next year. The government is committed to staying the course. From 2026-27 onwards, our endeavor will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that the central government's debt will be on a declining path as percentage of GDP. I will now move to Part B. Indirect taxes. Sir, I start with GST. It has decreased tax incidence on the common man, reduced compliance burden and logistics cost for trade and industry, and enhanced revenues of the central and the state governments. It is a success of vast proportions. To multiply the benefits of GST, we will strive to further simplify and rationalize the tax structure and endeavor to expand it to the remaining sectors. My proposals for customs duties intend to support domestic manufacturing, deepen local value addition, promote export competitiveness, and simplify taxation while keeping the interest of the general public and consumers surmount. In Budget 22-23, we reduced the number of customs duty rates. I propose to undertake a comprehensive review of the rate structure over the next 6 months to rationalize and simplify it for ease of trade removal of duty inversion, and reduction of disputes. I shall now take up sector-specific customs duty proposals. Medicine and medical equipments. To provide relief to cancer patients, I propose to fully exempt 3 more medicines from customs duties. I also propose changes in the BCD on X-ray tubes and flat panel detectors for use in medical X-ray machines under the phased manufacturing program so as to synchronize them with the domestic capacity addition. Mobile phone and related parts. With a 3-fold increase in domestic production and almost a 100-fold jump in exports of mobile phones over the last 6 years, the Indian mobile industry has matured. In the interest of consumers, I now propose to reduce the BCD on mobile phone, mobile PCBA, and mobile charger to 15%. Critical minerals. Minerals such as lithium, copper, cobalt, and rare earth elements are critical for sectors like nuclear energy, renewable energy, space, defense, telecommunications, and high-tech electronics. I propose to fully exempt customs duties on 25 critical minerals and reduce BCD on 2 of them. This will provide a major fillip to the processing and refining of such minerals and help secure their availability for these strategic and important sectors. Solar energy. Energy transition is critical in the fight against climate change. To support energy transition, I propose to expand the list of exempted capital goods for use in the manufacture of solar cells and panels in the country. Further, in view of sufficient domestic manufacturing capacity of solar gas, glass, and tinned copper interconnect, I propose not to extend the exemption of custom duties provided to them. Marine products. India's seafood exports in the last financial year touched an all-time high of more than 60,000 crores of rupees. Frozen shrimp accounted for about 2/3 of these exports. To enhance their competitiveness, I propose to reduce BCD on certain broodstock, polychaete worms, shrimp, and fish feed to 5%. I also propose to exempt customs duty on various inputs for manufacture of shrimp and fish feed. Leather and textile. Similarly, to enhance the competitiveness of exports in the leather and textile sectors, I propose to reduce BCD on real down-filling material from duck or goose. I am also making additions to the list of exempted goods for manufacture of leather and textile garments, footwear, and other leather articles for export. To rectify inversion in duty, I propose to reduce BCD subject to conditions on methylene diphenyl diisocyanate, MDI, for manufacture of spandex yarn from 7.5 to 5%. Furthermore, the export duty structure on raw hides, skin, and leather is proposed to be simplified and rationalized. Precious metals. To enhance domestic value addition in gold and precious metal jewelry in the country, I propose to reduce customs duties on gold and silver to 6% and that of platinum to 6.4%. Other metals. Steel and copper are important raw materials. To reduce their cost of production, I propose to remove the BCD on ferronickel and blister copper. I am also continuing with nil BCD on ferrous scrap and nickel cathode and concessional BCD of 2.5% on copper scrap. Electronics. To increase value addition in the domestic electronics industry, I propose to remove the BCD subject to conditions on oxygen-free copper for manufacture of resistors. I also propose to exempt certain parts for manufacture of connectors. Chemicals and petrochemicals. To support existing and new capacities in the pipeline, I propose to increase the BCD on ammonium nitrate from 7.5% to 10%. Plastics. PVC flex banners are non-biodegradable and hazardous for environment and health. To curb their imports, I propose to raise the BCD on them from 10 to 25%. Telecommunication equipment. To incentivize domestic manufacturing, I propose to increase the BCD from 10 to 15% on PCBA of specified telecom equipment. Trade facilitation. To promote domestic aviation and boat and ship MRO, I propose to extend the period for export of goods imported for repairs from 6 months to 1 year. I'll read that again. To promote domestic aviation and boat and ship maintenance, repair and operations, I propose to extend the period for export of goods imported for repairs from 6 months to 1 year. In the same vein, I propose to extend the time limit for re-import of goods for repairs under warranty from 3 to 5 years. I now move to direct taxes. We will continue our efforts to simplify taxes, improve taxpayer services, provide tax certainty, and reduce litigation while enhancing revenues for funding the development and welfare schemes of the government. It has been our endeavor to simplify taxation. We have taken a number of measures in the last few years, including introduction of simplified tax regimes without exemptions and deductions for corporate tax and for personal income tax. This has been appreciated by taxpayers. 58% of corporate tax came from the simplified tax regime in the financial year 22-23. Similarly, as per data available till now, for the last fiscal, more than 2/3 have availed the new personal income tax regime. Comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act. I am now announcing a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961. The purpose is to make the Act concise, lucid, easy to read and understand. This will reduce disputes and litigation, thereby providing tax certainty to the taxpayers. I will also bring down the demand embroiled in litigation. It is proposed to be completed in 6 months. A beginning is being made in the finance bill by simplifying the tax regime for charities, tedious rate structures, provisions of reassessment and such provisions, and capital gains taxation. Simplification for charities and tedious. Two tax exemption regimes. The two tax exemption regimes for charities are proposed to be merged into one. The 5% tedious rate on many payments is being merged into the 2% tedious rate, and the 20% tedious rate on repurchase of units by mutual funds or UTI is being withdrawn. Tedious rate on e-commerce operators is proposed to be reduced from 1 to 0.1%. Moreover, credit of TCS is proposed to be given in the TDS to be deducted on salary. Further, I propose to decriminalize delay for payment of TDS up to the due date of filing statement for the same. I also plan to provide a standard operating procedure for tedious defaults and simplify and rationalize the compounding guidelines for such defaults. Simplification of reassessment. I propose to thoroughly simplify the provisions for reopening and reassessment. An assessment hereinafter can be reopened beyond 3 years from the end of the assessment year only if the escaped income is 50 lakh rupees or more, up to a maximum period of 5 years from the end of the assessment year. Even in such cases, a time limit of 6 years before the year of the search, as against the existing time limit of 10 years, is being proposed. This will reduce tax uncertainty and disputes. Simplification and rationalization of capital gains. Capital gains taxation is also proposed to be hugely simplified. Short-term gains on certain financial assets shall henceforth attract a tax rate of 20%, while that on all other financial assets and all non-financial assets shall continue to attract the applicable tax rate. Long-term gains on all financial and non-financial assets, on the other hand, will attract a tax rate of 12.5%. For the benefit of the lower and the middle income classes, I propose to increase the limit of exemption of capital gains on certain financial assets to 1.25 lakh rupees per year. Listed financial assets held for more than a year will be classified as long-term, while unlisted financial assets and all non-financial assets will have to be held for at least 2 years to be classified as long-term. Unlisted bonds and debentures, debt mutual funds, and market-linked debentures, irrespective of holding period, however, will attract tax on capital gains at applicable rates. Taxpayer services. All the major taxpayer services under GST and most services under customs and income tax have been digitalized. All remaining services of customs and income tax, including rectification and order giving effect to appellate orders, shall be digitalized and made paperless over the next 2 years. Litigation and appeals. While our concerted efforts to reduce pendency of appeals at various appellate fora are beginning to show good results, it will continue to engage our highest attention. To dispose of the backlog of first appeals, I plan to deploy more officers to hear and decide such appeals, especially those with large tax effect. For resolution of certain income tax disputes pending an appeal, I am also proposing Vivad Se Vishwas Scheme 2024. Further, I propose to increase monetary limits for filing appeals related to direct taxes, excise, and service tax in the tax tribunals, high courts, and Supreme Court to 60 lakh rupees, 2 crore rupees, and 5 crore respectively, with a view to reduce litigation and provide certainty in international taxation. We will expand the scope of safe harbor rules and make them more attractive. We will also streamline the transfer pricing assessment procedure. Employment and investment. I have a few proposals to promote investment and foster employment. First of all, to bolster the Indian startup ecosystem, boost the entrepreneurial spirit, and to support innovation, I propose to abolish the so-called angel tax for all classes of investors. Second, there is tremendous potential for cruise tourism in India. To give a fillip to this employment-generating industry, I am proposing a simpler tax regime for foreign shipping companies operating domestic cruises in the country. Third, India is a world leader in the diamond cutting and polishing industry, which employs a large number of skilled workers. To further promote the development of this sector, we would provide for safe harbor rates for foreign mining companies selling raw diamonds in the country. Fourth, to attract foreign capital for our development needs, I propose to reduce the corporate tax rate on foreign companies from 40 to 35%. Deepening the tax base. I have a couple of proposals for deepening the tax base. First, security transaction tax on futures and options of securities is proposed to be increased to 0.02% and 0.1% respectively. Second, for reasons of equity, I propose to tax income received on buyback of shares in the hands of recipients. Other proposals. To improve social security benefits, deduction of expenditure by employers towards NPS is proposed to be increased from 10 to 14% of the employee's salary. Similarly, deduction of this expenditure up to 14% of salary from the income of employees in private sector, public sector banks and undertakings opting for the new tax regime is proposed to be provided. Indian professionals working in multinationals get ESOPs and invest in social security schemes and other movable assets abroad. Non-reporting of such small foreign assets has penal consequences under the Black Money Act. Such non-reporting of movable assets up to 20 lakh rupees is proposed to be depenalized. Other major proposals in the finance bill relate to withdrawal of equalization levy of 2%, expansion of tax benefits to certain funds and entities in IFSCs, and immunity from penalty and prosecution to Benamidar on full and true disclosure so as to improve conviction under the Benami Transaction Prohibition Act 1988. Personal income tax. Coming to personal income tax rates, I have two announcements to make for those opting for the new tax regime. First, the standard deduction for salaried employees is proposed to be increased from 50,000 to 75,000 rupees. Similarly, deduction on family pension for pensioners is proposed to be enhanced from 15,000 to 25,000 rupees. This will provide relief to about 4 crore salaried individuals and pensioners. Second, in the new tax regime, the tax rate structure is proposed to be revised as follows. 0 to 3 lakh rupees, nil. 3 to 7 lakh rupees, 5%. 7 to 10 lakh rupees, 10%. 10 to 12 lakh rupees, 15%. 12 to 15 lakh rupees, 20%. And above 15 lakh rupees, 30%. As a result of these changes, a salaried employee in the new tax regime stands to save up to 17,500 rupees in income tax. Apart from these, I am also making some other changes as given in the annexure. As a result of these proposals, revenue of about 37,000 crore, that is 29,000 crore in direct taxes and 8,000 crore in indirect taxes will be foregone while revenue of about 30,000 crore rupees will be additionally mobilized. Thus, the total revenue foregone is about 7,000 crores annually. Mr. Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House. Jai Hind.
Item number 2.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table the following statements under Section 3 of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management, FRBM Act 2003, Medium-Term Fiscal Policy cum Fiscal Policy Strategy Statement, and Macroeconomic Framework Statement.
Item number 3.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Number 2 Bill 2024.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पूरा स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक पूरा स्थापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
Item number 4.
The Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir budget. Sir, I rise to present a statement, Hindi and English versions, of the estimated receipts and expenditure of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir for the year 24-25.
सभा की कार्रवाई कल बुधवार दिनांक 24 जुलाई 2024 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
All right, that was Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presenting the Union Budget for 2024. Parliament has now been adjourned until tomorrow. The big headline coming out of the Union Budget 2024 is, of course, the new tax slabs. There is a new tax regime in place and new tax slabs have been announced by the Finance Minister. Income of rupees 0 to 3 lakh will be taxed at 0%. 3 to 7 lakh at 5%, 7 to 10 lakh at 10%, 10 to 12 lakh at 15%, and rupees 12 to 15 lakh at 20%, and above 15 lakh income will be taxed at 30%. However, Finance Minister has reiterated that salaried employees in the new tax regime stand to save up to 17,500 in income tax based on these changes. This is the big headline that is in fact coming in. Income Tax Act is going to be reviewed as well. The tax structure and the revised tax in the new tax regime has been laid out by the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Angel tax has been abolished for all investors. This is a huge boost to the startup sector, huge boost to entrepreneurs, and of course short-term gain enhanced to 20%. It was 15% earlier. These are some of the big headlines that are in fact coming in. A new version of the scheme to end tax disputes will also be put in place. Capital gain tax will also be simplified, and TDS on e-commerce, etc. will be reduced. It's a relief that is coming in for people in the form of cheaper mobile phones and chargers and mobile equipment. Also, there are 3 new cancer drugs that have been put in the ambit of relief from duties, which means that there are 3 new cancer drugs now that will in fact the prices of those drugs will in fact go down. So these are some of the big headlines that are coming in. The duty on telecom equipment has been increased. This is of course one of the big headlines that is coming in as well. But a comprehensive review of the income tax is something that the finance minister has, of course, focused on right towards the end. We're putting out some of that information for you. This is the big headline that is in fact coming in. Apart from the fact that we will be simplifying the new tax regime and breaking that down for you in terms of what the budget means for you. Remember, there have been huge announcements that have been made for the states of Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. It is Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu who are, after all, in a government, in alliance to form this particular government. So coalition politics bearing its imprint on Budget 2024 as well. Let's quickly go across to NDTV's Prabhakar, reporting from Patna. Prabhakar, over to you.
As everybody is glued to their television sets, we are at the office of the Bihar Industry Association. You can see happy faces out here. Almost a special package announced for the state of Bihar and huge funds allocated in terms of road infrastructure, power infrastructure and other infrastructure projects which Bihar had been demanding for long. So, seems, I mean, you have a smile on your face. This budget has brought good news for Bihar.
Yeah, definitely so. We have been given 26,000 rupees for roads, 25,000 crore rupees one thermal power plant in energy for Pirpanti, Bhagalpur, and there is 11,000 crore rupees for flood relief infrastructure, and I mean, wherever there is something for that, we have.
So it's almost a 60,000 crore.
We have asked for 50,000 crore rupees interest-free loan for 10 years. Government has, at the moment, they have suggested 1.5 lakhs crore for the whole nation. Out of that, our share will become about 15,000 crore. So I think not 50, but 50,000 crore in
so
that.
So you have all the reasons to smile, sir.
Yeah, definitely so, definitely so.
So I can see, I saw him clapping actually, sir. Well, I was talking to him. Sir, जो funds मिले हैं, जितने projects बिहार के लिए sanction हुए हैं, do you think that's good enough, sir? बहुत दिनों से बहुत
fair enough. But we expect more. What we have given, we expect more. If you get more, people will be more rather pleased. This is my personal say to you.
So I would say you would never be satisfied. I mean, you have got 60,000 plus crore.
Nothing as satisfaction. As you get, people has more and more visibility. Yeah, but it's reasonable. Yeah.
So do you think it is because of the political equations you have with the center as of now that you are able to get such kind of funds?
Bihar deserves this, because without development of Bihar, development of India is not possible.
So, making a very important statement here that अगर बिहार विकसित नहीं होगा तो भारत विकसित नहीं होगा. जो फंड्स मिला है आपकी उम्मीद से ज़्यादा मिला है. बहुत दिनों से हर बार बजट आप लोग बैठ के देखते थे. और another good news coming, राजगीर फंड्स, स्पेशल फंड्स, टूरिज्म फंड्स फॉर राजगीर एंड गया. आपको लगता है कि इस बार जो है झोला खोल दिया केंद्र सरकार?
इस बार ऐसा लग रहा है कि भारत के जो बजट बना उसमें बिहार को स्थान दिया गया है और लगभग 1 लाख करोड़ ये पहुंच जाएगा बिहार के लिए, जिसमें बिहार वासियों को जरूर पूरी खुशी तो नहीं, आंशिक खुशी जरूर होगी.
We have been demanding this thing for the last 10 years. We have always demanded that without money Bihar cannot develop. We need 1 lakh crore for next 10 years. 1 lakh crore every year for next 10 years. Unless that is invested in Bihar, Bihar cannot grow. Unless urbanization and industrialization takes place in Bihar, we cannot grow. Our per capita income is 50,000 right now against the national average of 2 lakh crore. 2 lakhs. So where are we? We are 25%. So unless there is, it can be solved only by heavy investment. It's good that...
So do you think it's a good beginning?
It's a good beginning. Definitely it's a good beginning. For the first time I am seeing that 60-70,000 crore has been earmarked only for Bihar in this budget. This is a good sign.
All right, let's go right across to Vasudha Venugopal joining us live from Parliament at the moment. Vasudha, the big takeaways from the budget. What do you think are the big takeaways from the budget? Break it down for our viewers.
Hello, everybody. We're coming to you from live from the Parliament, from outside the Parliament. Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister of the country, presented her historic 7th consecutive budget. And in fact, she has announced quite a few measures. In fact, the focus was completely a lot on job creation, skilling, also on farms. She has also made this very important announcement that the government has proposed to abolish this angel tax that was to give boost to startups. She has, in fact, announced a comprehensive review of the income tax, and she said that she will make it concise and also easy to read, and she will also cut litigation out of this. Now, this exercise is expected to be completed in 6 months. The most important announcement, of course, is the fact that the government has also announced a huge, internship program that would employ about 1 crore youth, and they would be getting this opportunity for 12 months. It's a 12-month internship opportunities. 1 crore youth could benefit, and this would be done by 500 companies in association with the government. The companies would be, taking care of 12% of the internship costs, and they would also be bearing the training costs. How this is going to work out is something that we'll have to see. The government will be paying these youngsters 5,000 rupees per month, and of course 6,000 rupees would be the assistance that would be given. But of course the political messaging there is very important, because both Bihar and Andhra Pradesh have really gotten the best out of this budget, because 26,000 crore for Bihar and 15,000 crore for Andhra Pradesh is big, and this is also something that is in line with the demands of the JDU and TDP. My colleagues Vishnu and Maria are at CII to get you more reactions on this budget. Let's go to them.
All right, Vasudha, thanks very much. Hi, Maria. It's been an exciting hour plus. And what we're going to do now is just break down all of the key points over here. If you were to ask me what the two key thrust areas are as far as this budget is concerned, there is a lot as far as income tax is concerned. It may not make a very big immediate change to you in terms of tax rates, but there are efforts by the government to bring in or draw in revenue as far as a complete overhaul of the income tax system per se is concerned, number one. And number two, there is a lot which Nirmala Sitharaman has spoken about reskilling, employment, job generation. So these are the two key areas. Maria, I'll come to you in half a second, but the key point, and this is the one point that everybody wants to know about, am I going to be paying more? Am I going to be gaining? The new tax regime, tax slabs have been changed. The income of 0 to 3 lakhs is to be taxed at 0%, 3 to 7 lakhs at 5%, 7 to 10 lakhs at 10%, 10 to 12 lakhs at 15%, 12 to 15 at 20%, and above 15 lakhs at 30%. So, Rajat, no great changes Vivek, no great changes over there per se, but in terms of the tax element and what the finance minister was hoping for, what is the takeaway?
No, so quickly stepping back, I think overall comment on the budget, it is very seldom. I think it's the first budget where I've seen where the economic survey and the budget have perfect harmony. The economic survey identified 4 main topics: employability, taxes, foreign investment, and green energy transition, green transition. And I think the budget focuses on all 4 in a very big way. To your specific question, Vishnu, on taxes, I think indicating a 6-month period for a comprehensive overhaul of the entire Income Tax Act is huge. There has been work that has been done on this in the past, but in 6 months to rewrite the entire act for a nation like India is not easy. She promises a lot. We'll wait to see what happens there. Capital gains tax rationalization is also a big one. I don't know.
Angel tax, that's the other one.
Yeah, so angel tax going away for a set of investors is clearly welcome. It's been a long-standing demand of the industry, especially with the startup universe flowering in India. We have to see the fine print to see what category of investors that exemption applies to. But on the capital gains side, I don't know. From the speech, it does appear that the 10% rate has gone up to 12.5%. Will this impact foreign investors? This is for long-term financial assets.
LTCG on financial and non-financial assets to be taxed at 12.5%. capital gains taxation to be simplified. However, short-term gains on some financial assets to
Come
attract
down to
20%. So that's a big increase, right?
No, so the short-term gain is actually a decrease.
Right.
In terms of the long-term rate, currently for non-residents and for listed stocks, the rate applicable is 10%.
Just hold on to your thoughts. A
Yes.
quick word also from KV Subramanian, who's joining us live. Thank you so much for your time. I mean, the big takeaway certainly would be about efforts being made by the government for bridging that skilling gap. What, according to you, would be the big highlights or headlines, as we say?
I think, Maria, this is a very visionary budget. There are many aspects. I think the rewriting of the income tax code, I was just hearing some of you talking. There is a report that was submitted in 2019. I was part of that committee that rewrote the direct tax code. And so, that has reduced, the draft tax code has been already written with provisions actually almost, reduced by half. The number of pages also, much lower. So there is work actually be built upon, and that is why that promise of 6 months, I think, is a very credible promise. Apart from the angel tax and the vision for financial sector, I would actually focus specifically on employment, because to me, this is the first budget that has really, emphasized employment. And I think this is really critical, for our young country to ensure that the demography is actually converted into a demographic dividend. And the slew of measures that have been announced are based on, schemes that have already worked very well. If you would remember, the Atmanirbhar Bharat Rozgar Yojana had given incentives during COVID, both to employer and employee, and that had actually generated significant amount of, jobs across sectors. And I think the fact that it has worked, that is being, redoubled. Together with the internship program, I think the details of that internship program I'll wait to see. But I think overall the emphasis on employment is incredibly welcome, because this will also have significant impact on consumption. Because a formal sector job actually enhances, disposable income and thereby consumption, but at the same time will also lead to inclusive growth. So I think this is a very, welcome move. Overall, I think I find it a very visionary budget.
We've also got Mr. N.K. Singh joining us at this stage. Thanks, Mr. Singh, very much for being with us. We've had a bit of a chat as far as taxation is concerned. I'd like to focus a little bit more as far as job creation is concerned. For starters, there's a scheme for first-timers that's been introduced. There's an internship program that has been introduced. Also, 1.48 lakh crore is a provision made for education, employment, and skilling. In terms of what has been announced and linking it to what the economic survey said, that we need to be generating a huge number of jobs every single year to sustain our economic growth, has enough been done?
So I think that I agree entirely that the budget is a very, very important, credible step towards the overall objective of a Vikasit Bharat, which is the overarching theme of this government. And I think that the issue of employment, linking up with apprenticeship, incentivizing corporates and incentivizing industry for higher employment-based activity, and linking up with the best international examples which are available of making apprenticeships now much more attractive, along with a slew of other measures, give a very credible thrust to the entire philosophy of how to make technology more compatible, adoption of technology more compatible with generation of new, fresh employment. So I agree that on the employment front,
but Mr. Singh, 80 lakh jobs, is that what the expectation is? 80 lakh jobs. Do you believe 80 lakh jobs can be generated on an annual basis?
I think so, because please read this in the light of a whole host of other measures, Vishnu, like the measures which have been announced in terms of restructuring agriculture and the very credible steps on restructuring agriculture in making it more credible and aligned with the expectations on sustainable agricultural practices, to align them with the other kinds of fillip which have been given for attracting direct foreign investment, with giving support to the manufacturing sector, along with very employment specific. If you add all this, I think that the numbers which are quoted are certainly attainable. And I think that, Vishnu, we must not lose sight, although nobody has spoken about it, all this is being achieved continuing the path of macroeconomic stability and fiscal consolidation, which continues to be an important catalyst bringing about higher rates of sustainable economic growth.
And KV Subramanian, if I were to come back to you, the emphasis again on MSMEs, that credit guarantees for MSMEs, build in-house capabilities for MSMEs, again the SMA account for MSME in stress. Do you think all this is going to ensure that job creation that that the government is aiming for? A roadmap of sorts has been put out.
To the question that Vishnu asked Mr. N.K. Singh about the 80 lakh jobs that have been highlighted in the economic survey, I think it's important to put this in perspective. So I'll give you two facts to put this in perspective. Firstly, if we look at the CLEMS database, and the CLEMS database is an internationally recognized database, that is the database that the RBI report on employment has used, unlike the poor quality CMI database, which actually, is not reliable. If the CLEMS database, using that, the RBI has shown that 12.5 crore jobs have been created over the last 10 years, from 2014 to 2023. And, even if you want to...
एक इकोनॉमिक हब के रूप में उभर के आएगा और बहुत बड़ा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का काम अभी बिहार से लेकर के झारखंड, आंध्र प्रदेश और वेस्ट बंगाल, नॉर्थ ईस्ट का होने वाला है। और विशेष रूप से जो स्किलिंग के लिए और एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन के लिए जो अनाउंसमेंट हुआ है वो ऐतिहासिक है। और जितने कार्यक्रम चलाने वाले हैं और युवाओं के लिए रोजगार इससे उत्पन्न होने वाला है, ये देश का आत्मनिर्भरता के लिए बहुत बड़ा योगदान होने वाले हैं। साथ साथ में महिलाओं को अलग से जो स्कीम सपोर्ट देने का जो प्रावधान रखा है, ये बहुत ही सराहनीय है। और नॉर्थ ईस्ट में बैंकिंग को लेकर के, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में बैंकिंग का, खास करके पहाड़ों में, दूर दराज इलाकों में बैंकिंग सर्विसेज का थोड़ा सा कमी जो थे, वो भी इस बजट में वित्त मंत्री जी ने जो अनाउंसमेंट किया है, उससे नॉर्थ ईस्ट का फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन में बहुत जोरदार से मेन स्ट्रीमिंग होने वाले हैं। इसके अलावा 3 करोड़ आवास योजना गरीबों के लिए शहरों में और ग्रामीण इलाकों में घर बनाने वाला है, वो भी ऐतिहासिक है। और फिर मुझे लगता है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो सपना है कि 2047 तक भारत को विकसित राष्ट्र बनाना है, इसका बहुत बड़ा शुरुआत आज के इस बजट में झलकता है।
लेकिन सर, ऑपोजिशन ये कह रहा है कि आपने अपने एली पार्टी को खुश करने के लिए क्या है?
ऑपोजिशन ने, अगर ऑपोजिशन पार्टी ने क्रिटिसाइज किया, मतलब ये बहुत अच्छा बजट है, इसलिए वो निराश हो गए हैं। क्योंकि अच्छा बजट है, देश के लिए अच्छा बजट आया है, इसी से ऑपोजिशन पार्टी चिंता में है। बजट में आप बताइए, एक सेक्टर बताइए जिसको आपने नजरअंदाज किया, कहीं ऐसा नजर नहीं आता है। हर एक सेक्टर के लिए इस बजट में प्रावधान रखा है। खास करके ये ग्रोथ ओरिएंटेड बजट है, सब लोगों के लिए एक ड्रीम बजट है। आप टैक्स देखिए ना, कितना छूट मिडिल क्लास के लिए, सैलरीड क्लास के लिए, पेंशनर्स के लिए जो छूट दिया है, और कैंसर पेशेंट के लिए जो छूट दिया गया है दवाइयों के लिए, ऐसा बजट आज तक आपने कभी देखा नहीं होगा।
सबसे ज्यादा बात बिहार और ये आंध्र प्रदेश को लेकर हो रही है। बिहार में भी राबड़ी देवी जी ने बोला कि झुंझुनू थमा दिया है, वहाँ पर स्थिति इतनी खराब है, मर्डर हो रहा है, ये हो रहा है। आप लोग
बिहार में जो नेपाल से फ्लड आते हैं, उसको सिर्फ बिहार का प्रॉब्लम मत देखिए। बिहार में नेपाल से जो फ्लड्स आते हैं बरसात के समय में, तबाही मचते हैं, ये देश का समस्या है। इसको सिर्फ बिहार का समस्या क्यों बोलते हैं विपक्ष के लोग?
Reaction.
ये बिहार
चाहिए या किसान की आय बढ़नी चाहिए।
Pratibha,
वो
who's
तो
joining
नहीं
us
बढ़ी।
live from Bengaluru.
किसान के साथ संकट पैदा किया इन्होंने। बेरोजगारी इन्होंने बढ़ाई है। 10 साल में जो इतनी बेरोजगारी बढ़ गई, उसको कैसे कम करें, और वो भी आधी अधूरी नौकरी से। आप 2 साल की, 1 साल की या कुछ ट्रेनिंग करा करके नौकरी या रोजगार का सपना दिखा रहे हैं। देश का नौजवान अपना भविष्य बनाने के लिए पक्की नौकरी चाहता है, और फिर जो आधी अधूरी नौकरी है, क्या उसमें आरक्षण होगा?
All right, well, we can just go quickly across to Pratibha in Bengaluru. She's got reactions coming in. As we do that, I'd also like to just quickly introduce our panelists with us in the studio who've joined us. Salit Singhal, Chairman Emeritus of PI Industries Limited. Thanks very much for being with us. And also Kamal Bali, Co-Chairperson of CII Europe and the Council. Thank you very much for being with us. He's also with the Volvo Group India Private Limited as Managing Director. But before we come across to them, let's go straight across to Pratibha, who's got a couple of reactions coming in. Pratibha, go ahead.
Well, I have with me two corporate personalities of the CII here in Bengaluru. Let me actually go across to them without further ado. What are your first thoughts? If you could also introduce yourself.
Sure. I'm Rabindra Srikantan. I'm the Vice Chair for CII Karnataka. Good working budget, definitely. And the 9 areas of Viksit Bharat has been very well covered. Things like employment, skilling, MSMEs and agriculture have been addressed very well. I think this is a big positive. And also kind of reining in some of the current deficit has also been addressed. I think these are my first thoughts.
Right. And what about you, sir? If you could also introduce yourself. You hail from the education sector.
Yeah, I'm Sudarshan. I'm the Managing Director of EduTech NDTV. I also lead the Industry Institute Finance CII. For me, the budget, they have seemed to have addressed all the key challenges coming forward, especially coming from employment and skilling. There are a lot of good initiatives have been planned, including 20 lakh youth getting on the skilling central initiative. And the big boost is the internship. 1 crore people will get internship, and also which is the key problem for all the institutes to get good internships. So top 500 companies will offer, and also they get the funding support from the government, and also they can make use of the CSR funding. Apart from that, they have some skill loans enhanced up to 7.5 lakhs, and these are all some good trends which is very positive, and hope it will revive the employment opportunities for India, for the youth.
Are there any kind of challenges that you foresee as far as this budget is concerned?
We probably have to see the fine print and maybe a little bit more on the digital side, tech side, Gen AI. We were hoping to see more. Maybe it is somewhere in the whole R&D budget which was spoken about. So that we'll have to wait and see. Also, I think some of the challenges in terms of taxation, especially on the F&O and all that, we have to really see the repercussions and how savings money going to capital markets, how that is going to get affected. Some of the challenges we'll have to wait and see.
In fact, most of them from the IT, the tech sector, were talking about how they must be eliminating the angel tax. So do you see that as a good news here?
Yeah, very good news, eliminating the angel tax, and especially we from the Bangalore, the startup city. When we are in the CI meeting, it was taken with a good cheer, and I think it will also boost the startup, and also a lot of new initiative to promote the women entrepreneurship and also women skilling. So a lot of thrust has been given on the diversity as well. I think this will bring a good diversity into the ecosystem.
A lot of growth initiatives, a lot of pluses that most of them seem to see as well as notice as far as this budget is concerned. We'll have to work through the nitty-gritties once the actual work is there on paper, is the reaction that we pick up from Bengaluru. Back to you.
All right, Pratibha, thank you so much for getting us that reaction. Of course, all eyes will be on the reaction that will come from the tech sector, from the startups, and what do they have to say particularly about this first-timer scheme. I would like to know your views on that, because a lot of political reactions coming in, Mr. Salil, but your thoughts particularly on this first-timer scheme which is being introduced.
Well, let's be clear. A lot of us take a lot of first-timers. In fact, we go around universities, colleges, all over the place, looking for first-timers to groom them into our businesses. And I think this is an excellent...
So it's an internship program where the corporate has to pay, as I understand it, for them, and there is some sort of support from the government as well. But you don't necessarily have to hire them, presumably. But, the idea is exposure, getting these young people a foothold into industry. So as a measure, when we're talking about skilling and reskilling, is this not a really important first step?
It is, and in fact, there is a very interesting part that this can be part of the CSR activity.
Right. Yes.
So I think it's a great balancing, and definitely a great incentive. I mean, it's not a big incentive, but it is a direction to take, and I think it's a great job.
The government's own estimate is that it will benefit 2.1 crore youth to begin with.
Estimates are estimates, but
Yes.
time will tell. But surely, I can tell you as industry, by and large, all of us are seriously concerned about the challenges of employment in our country, because that can lead to a lot of social unrest. And unless we can make that as an important part, and there are challenges within the industry in terms of automation, in terms of scaling up operations, where generally labor-intensive jobs do tend to get mechanized.
Yeah.
So there is a, as I say, like in the financial world, they talk of the twin balance sheet problem. We have a twin employment problem. But having said that, it's very heartening to see the number of institutions which are now coaching youngsters, and a lot of things are happening. Many of us in the industry, let's go back historically. When the IT industry came through Infosys, what did they do? Their biggest challenge was people. But they invested in people, their training, and today the jobs are for the asking.
I just want to quickly go through the 4 main points of what we are talking about, because I've got it listed. So internship in 500 top companies will be encouraged under this particular scheme, number one. Number two, 1 crore young people, youth, to benefit from this particular scheme. The internship allowance of 5,000 rupees will be allotted, and a one-time assistance of 6,000 to be provided under the internship scheme. So I presume that 6,000 comes from the government.
Yes.
Right? So that's a cash incentive which goes to the corporate, or does it go to the first timer looking to get a foothold?
Good question. You'll have to read the budget.
So no, because otherwise it's a direct subsidy to the company to hire these people. So that needs to be looked at. Companies to bear the training costs from their CSR funds under the government's internship scheme.
My understanding was that for employment where the salary is less than 1 lakh rupees, it comes out of the subsidy, out of the EPFO contribution that would have been made by the employer.
Right.
So the government will probably use the
Yes,
corpus of the EPF.
So you get a rebate on your
So it
EPF.
says
That's
that,
what it appeared to
DBT
be.
to employees up to 15,000 will be done, and this will be applicable to those getting salary up to 1 lakh, as you pointed out.
So in some sense, it's a replacement of the apprenticeship act.
Yes.
With a subsidy and help from the
But
government.
it's more formalization of...
Absolutely.
No, that's...
I think it's a good direction, to my mind.
But tell me, sir, since, as MD of Volvo in India, we didn't hear a word on the auto sector per se. What, 7% of GDP growth in this country is literally and figuratively driven by your sector. Were you disappointed, therefore?
No, actually, I think a lot is happening in the infrastructure area. So there is lots of focus on logistics improvement and lots of focus on energy transition. So if you look at the automotive industry, there are two drivers. One is we're going through a tremendous transition. We're going from current sources of the IC engines to renewable energy. So energy is very, very important. We are in the cusp of a very major transformation. So I think that's very good for the sector. Lots of focus on an energy transition which helps the automotive industry.
Right.
Second is logistics. Our logistics costs have been typically 14%, 15%. With all the initiatives which are happening, and especially in the northeast area,
The logistics cost will come down?
will come down to 8.
And are you willing to announce that you're going to pass that on to the consumer? We'll wait for the...
No, I think that gives a complete support to the ecosystem, the logistics ecosystem.
Okay, I'll just interrupt you now because we do need to take a short break. We'll continue looking at various sectors of the economy which have been impacted by what the finance minister has said in the union budget. That's up next.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं
पैसाबाजार.com
After great victory by Indian team.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announces Budget 2024, big focus on jobs and youth in the budget. Finance Minister opens purse strings for allies. Special package has been announced for Bihar as well as the new Andhra capital. Stops in new tax regime, no relief in old tax regime. A comprehensive review of Income Tax Act will be done. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced that the capital gains tax will be increased and that the angel tax on all investors is going to be abolished. Big announcement on the cancer drugs. 3 cancer drugs will be cheaper now. Duty cut has been announced on gold, silver and platinum. Mobile phones and chargers will also be cheaper. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman today presented her 7th straight budget, and big announcements have been made in the budget by the Finance Minister on the employment front. Jobs and skilling have been given the priority by the Finance Minister in the budget 2024. Rupees 1.48 lakh crore have been earmarked for jobs, education and skilling in the budget. Now, Nirmala Sitharaman has also announced key employment schemes. What has been the major headline regarding on the jobs front has been about the wages that will be provided to the first-time employees. Also, announcement has been made regarding internships that are going to be provided to the youth. 1 crore youth are going to be benefited with the internships and the opportunities that are going to be provided. Now, for the middle class, the announcement that has been made on the tax front is that no changes have been made in the old pension scheme, while in the new tax slabs, tax slabs, income up to 3 lakh rupees is not going to be taxed. Some changes have been made. If for income up to from 3 to 7 lakh rupees, 5% tax will be imposed. However, what we are learning at the moment is that the announcements now that have been made, there is no change that has been made in the old scheme. However, changes have been made in the new schemes. Now, another big headline that has come out from the budget 2024 is that big announcements have been made for Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. The allies have been given, the allies, that is the JDU and the state of Andhra Pradesh have been their announcements have been made for them. 26,000 crore for the state of Bihar, for the development of Bihar, and 15,000 crore for the development of new capital of Andhra Pradesh. Well, let's listen into what the finance minister said while making the announcements.
Recognizing the state's need for the capital, recognizing the state's need for a capital, we will facilitate special financial support through multilateral development agencies. In the current financial year, 15,000 crore rupees will be arranged with additional amounts in future years.
And now we are joined by RPSG founder and chairman, Mr. Sanjeev Goenka. Mr. Goenka, welcome to NDTV on this rather momentous day, I must say. In his third term, Mr. Modi presents his first budget or rather his finance minister presents the first budget. Your initial thoughts, Mr. Goenka, on the first budget of Modi 3.0?
It's a budget which is